Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first ever joint venture between Sim Racing Company, AgriaSimRacing, and Simurai's time attack community. Today I will be your commentator. And I have a colleague with me who is unfortunately not in front of his computer, but he is the founder and co-leader of Sim Racing Company, and he will be your cameraman for the day. You will not be able to hear him, only me, but should he build up the courage, he will definitely speak up. So, welcome again. If you are on the chat already, please, you can share this race with your friends, with your team. There is an online commentary going on, so all your team can watch. And yep, oh, already some chat messages from Go Simracer Joe. Let's go ORL. I'm guessing that's your team name, or the team that you're cheering for. So yeah, best of luck to ORL team and to all of those teams out there. In fact, racing on Watkins Glen racetrack. Wow, I think I need to still warm up my English a bit because I'm still a bit rusty, it seems, but doesn't matter. So we are on the oh so popular Watkins Glen track located on the western slopes of New York State in the United States of America, built in 1992 and pretty much stayed unchanged ever since then. It has been recently added to Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's been only in a few months, but I think it's the most popular track, with the new American track back added recently. A very fast and sweeping track. Most of the corners can be taken in third gear or so. With some cars you want to shift down to second, but third gear is fine with almost, so it's a really high average speed track. Right-hander as most tracks. And we have a field of 33 cars. I'm glad that the team who had trouble joining managed to join finally. So now we have every team racing who signed up for the race on the SimGrid website. And as I take a look at the grid and the cars, I can see that pretty much almost all the cars that are worth mentioning currently in ACC are on the grid. Mercedes AMG in first place, Ferrari in second, the new Audi Evo 2 in third, and so on and so forth. We have Hondas, we have a Porsche, which I'm really happy about. 3 Porsches, in fact. Some McLarens. And the oh-so-friendly Aston Martin as well. And as I'm speaking, we just started from the grid to do our preparation lap, our formation lap. Now the teams will have to warm up their tires. And as you can see, we are pretty late in the day because it's just after 7 PM. So we will definitely finish in the dark in 4 hours time, because we have a ×1 time acceleration, so no time boost for this race. 22 degrees centigrade track and 22 degrees centigrade for the air as well. And since we are going into the night, that temperature is likely to drop, so definitely the teams will have to pay attention for the dropping temperatures when it comes to tire pressures. But as we progress, the track will have more and more grip. As I can see, no rain can be expected for the first 30 minutes at least. Oh, and I see chat message from Lewis. Get 5 cars on the grid. Well, Westet Racing. That means something entirely different in Hungarian, but that's only funny for us. I'm trying to look for them, but no, that's Dexter. Oh yeah, 1 Porsche is Westet rating in 8th position. Rating Racing. Like I said, I'm sorry, I still have to warm my English up, so... Yeah, so one Wasset Racing car is number 50 in 8th position. Currently driven by Mahmoud Albash. And also in 22nd position, Stanislav Hunadi. And I'm guessing, yeah, Gabor Sabo, also with the Porsche in 26th position. And if you can help me in chat on where to find the rest of the 2 remaining cars of the team, I will be very happy to ask our cameraman to put the camera on them. I think we are just going through the middle of the track now. Currently we are just before... Oh, where's my track map? Yeah, here we go. I think we are currently, at least the second half of the grid is now going through the heel corner, and then the typed left-hander, which is corner number 9, that doesn't have a name. But now we are getting very, very close to the start-finish line. Only two corners remaining, and the grid has already started to get up into double file. I will find with my camera the first starting Mercedes AMG, get a helicam going, and now we are waiting for the green lights to come up any second now. And there it is. Wow, the second place Audi. Erik Muchka got a really good start, a really good run. Braking zone, careful guys. And as I see it, there's no change. Bit of a fight further down the grid, a few overtakes, but... Oh, and... Oh, there's a car that we lost. Dropping back really fast, that was... Oh, and... a few yellow flags, but yeah, ACC likes to give yellow flags for pretty much everything and anything. But I can say that apart from one small hit and one small mistake, the grid is fine. No, there's one Aston Martin. Wow, okay. After the inner loop, I think we had an accident, and there are a few cars on the track. 3, I think, that are not currently facing the right way. But last place... and 33rd, Laszlo Sabo just got going again with the Aston, and I think Erik Muchka was the other victim, driving for the AgriaSimRacing number 1 team, currently now in 32nd position. But at the front, no change for the time being. And the first 2 cars, the first 2 leading cars, piloted by József Karabélyos and Norbert Tomáš, are just a little bit ahead of the field now. 3rd place is Mahmoud Albash from Wasset Racing Team. And they made up quite a few positions. They managed to get 5 positions at the start. Same goes for Nor Jorge in 5th position. Driving a Mercedes for Ram Racing. They gained 6 positions at the start, so really good first lap for those guys. And after the first lap, our fastest lap of the race, well, it's still very early, but it goes to number 26, or 26th place, Benny Paulus, driving a Honda NSX, number 666. That white livery is quite nice, for my taste at least. So yeah, with the oh so fast, but also very difficult to drive Honda NSX. And some action further up. I can see that Tomáš Jäger dropped down to 17th position. And that Aston Martin, he probably made a mistake. Oh, and contact between him. Number 16 now, on 16th position now, Joel Baumgartner. And that led to more contacts and a bit of a struggle, a bit of an accident for those guys. And now, wow, almost 3 wide in 21st position, or after 21st position. So yeah, it seems like that everyone's shoulders and elbows are out. Few mistakes here and there, but this is a 4-hour race, so every mistake can be very costly. So, of course, it's definitely a wise thing to drive safely and be on the conservative side, because we still have just under 4 hours to go. In position 14, we have an overtake. BMW driven by Clayton Filsinger just overtook Bence Sokach and the Aston Martin, so Filsinger moved up to 14. And further up, wow, Hunor is flying. So in 4th position already, Hunor Horhi, one of our fastest drivers in SimRacing company, has already moved up to 4th position. So 7 positions now for that car, gained since the start, and they have really nice pace, as I can see on my numbers. And we have a yellow flag. Whoa, multiple cars. We have in 31st position now, Andrei Asciente from Wesset Racing. Unfortunately, he had a accident or a mistake coming out of the inner loop, or the bus stop chicane as some people like to call it. So that car is dropped down to 31st. And now he can begin to chase down the field again. Further up the field, I think that, yeah, number 13, or 13th position now, Clayton Filsinger from Odyssey Esports moved up, so he overtook another car, namely the Honda of Boton Kovac, and now is in 13th position. I think they have a custom livery, but unfortunately we did not share that before the race, so all I can say is that that's a black BMW. Obviously it's not, but that's what we can see. And for 9th position, Fabrizio Campanella from Raggioli Racing, sorry, just overtook Sabo. But the Honda has some power coming up the S's towards the inner loop. So 9th position, 10th position. But yeah, the Honda just came back up the hill, so that car definitely has some grunt in a straight line. Definitely going uphill. But yeah, against the Ferrari, who's power-wise not the best nowadays. Although a very fast car, it's probably not the easiest one to take into battle against a Honda. And as József Karabélyes is still leading, but Norbert Tomás just behind him, we are just getting up behind the end of the field, because we had a few accidents, so those guys might be just put down 1 lap just in our 3rd lap or 4th lap. And we also had an overtake, or maybe an overtake and an overtake back again. Yes, it seems like Peter Ambros in 3rd place is being closely followed by Hunor Horhi and also Mahmoud Albash. Yeah, it seems like Ambros is just a little bit slower than the cars behind him. So I think we should definitely stay on Peter Ambros for the moment, the 3rd place Mercedes, and see what the rest of the field has to say. Because he has, I don't know how many, well, at least 4 cars behind him. Well, 3 cars close up, and 2 more just a few tenths of a second behind them. And I think we missed a few overtakes from... Oh, no. Finally, Hunor Horhi moved up to 3rd place in the Mercedes. So that car has now gained 8 positions compared to the 11th position that they started in. So really good race for those guys. Oh, and I see a mistake. 19th position. Oh, that's an Aston Martin in the barriers. Watch out! Oh God. Nope. So yeah. Oh man, that Aston is just mincemeat. I think Venza has a hard time. Just yeah, it won't even go straight. So yeah, 30th place Aston Martin, Venza Sokaj. That was a huge accident. That's a big hit, and that car is just, well, I'm lucky if they can just limp back to the pits, because the suspension on that car is just broken. And unfortunately, they also hit a Porsche. Maybe it was no, I don't know who it was. Either Gabor Sobo or Stanislav Hunyadi. So yeah, not an accident-free race as we've hoped, but yeah, definitely action-packed. And my camera is now on 3rd place, Hunor Jorge, with the with the Ram Racing Mercedes. Really nice livery, that one. And I'm just going to look at Hunor's lap times, because the last lap he did was a 45.5, but in 3rd place, Norbert Tomasz did a 44.8. So still 7/10 of a second between those cars. I'm definitely curious whether Hunor will be able to catch the leading two. And in 9th place, we have an overtake. The Ferrari of Fabrizio Campanella just overtook Jordan Nixon in the HRT Mercedes. So 9th place for Campanella. But yeah, that car had a really rough start, dropped down 6 positions. So running now 9th from 3rd. But I'm really curious about those guys, because their pace in qualifying seem to be very good. So let's just keep an eye on them and see where they will end up after the 4 hours is concluded. No change at the start. Still József Karabélyos with the Mad Panda Merc, chased by Norbert Tomasz. 4/10 between them. But it's a stalemate for the moment. No overtakes, no action, just really high pace. These cars are lapping in, well, just above the mid 44s, 44.8 and 44.7. So the second place Merc, second place, sorry, Audi is indeed a bit faster. But in 9th position, again, you can see how weak that Ferrari engine is. Well, it's not the engine, it's the BOP, but yeah, the first section for the Ferrari seems to be quite rough, because Campanella just dropped down to 10th position again. So he's definitely got the pace, he just does not have necessarily the engine power to overtake or to keep his position. So Nixon is back in 9th place with the Mercedes. 2 cars in the pits. 28th position Hunadi and 29th position Gambitsky. Both cars, I think, need to be repaired. Yeah, both of them seem to be quite broken, especially the BMW. So let's hope that they can repair the cars and get back in the fight. Another overtake, 16th position, number 55, Joel Baumgartner. In the Aston Martin, just overtook Zander Huijing in the TSR McLaren. And I'm currently watching 3rd place, Hunor Jorge, who I thought might catch the leading pair, but no. Unfortunately, he is losing time because he just does not have the pace at the moment. The first two leading cars. Wow, I'm still rusty. I need to drink more, guys. I need to oil my tongue with something. So, the leading cars first and second position, they are lapping around mid 44s, 44.4 and 44.5 for those guys. And for Jorge, it's 45.0, so half a second slower per lap than the leading two. We'll see how that develops as we can get on with the race. Oh, and a mishap. It seems that in 31st position, Martin Pater has had an accident because the front end of that Honda really does not look too good. Wow, that was a big shunt. Yeah, I think he will just limp back to the pits now and get that repaired because that car is in no condition to race. Well, yeah, it's wobbling around. He really has a hard time keeping it on the road. Unforgiving track, this one, because it's a very fast track indeed. The tarmac is quite smooth, so it's not bad on tires. But the one thing, it's come again. So it's really unforgiving because the walls are very close, and we have walls on both sides throughout the entirety of the track. So quite small runoff areas, apart from a few corners. But yeah, it's quite easy to wreck your car and ruin your race. So, like I said, a conservative mindset and a safe mindset is quite advisable when it comes to Watkins Glen. But yeah, this is an endurance thing in general. I really don't know who to put my camera on because we had two overtakes, but maybe, yeah, unfortunately, Mahmoud Albash dropped down to 9th position, and that Porsche, both Sabo and Nixon overtook him. But yeah, that Porsche doesn't seem to be in 100% fighting condition. I think he had a hit earlier, so that might be the reason for not having the best pace possible for that car. And just in front of him, Sabo and the Honda and Nixon in the Mercedes are hard at it. Coming up to the 3rd sector of the track. Mercedes now on the inner line. Fast corner coming up, so yeah, Sabo definitely had to get out of that one because he had the risk of running wide. And also there's Campanello coming up behind them, who just overtook Albash and now is in the slipstream of Sabo. So that Ferrari might not be so powerful on the straights, but it definitely has some serious pace. And also now Clayton Filsinger in the BMW overtook Albash as well. That Porsche seems to be struggling, I think. There's something definitely wrong with that. And in 4th to 5th position, we have Tomasz Cicmani just going into the inner loop. He was almost alongside the Mercedes of Ambrouge, but of course it's really hard to overtake from the outside in that corner. So Cicmani played it safe, and now all is well. If he has the pace, he can also... Okay, he can... Oh, and yeah, commentators curse. Cicmani now in 6th position made a mistake, ran a bit wide, hit the grass, but he managed to get the Honda back on the track again. So small mistake for him, cost him a position, but he can continue. We have so small gaps. I mean, if I look at Jordan Nixon in 7th position, he's leading a train of, what, 6 cars? So yeah, I think some action can be definitely expected from that group. Oh yeah, I'm just reading YouTube chat now. Well, you can see a chat message from AgriaSimRacing. Yeah, there's a reason I'm alone, at least commentating, because there would have been the two of us. Kokesh, the leader of the Simurai's time attack community. But unfortunately, he had an accident earlier this week. He fell riding a push scooter. He fell on his face and broke 2 of his teeth. And he had to go get his mouth fixed. He had surgery, so unfortunately he cannot really speak. But yeah, Kokesh, we all wish you well. We all hope you get better soon, and I really hope that we can do the next race together. So yeah, all the best to you, mate. Get well soon. And now, going back to the race, we indeed have smaller gaps. He ran there, for example. Wow, a mistake. 28th position. Laszlo Sabo just... Was that an overtake? I just caught the end of it. No, I think not. But he let Erik Muchka back. I think it was a push or something. So Sabo just went the polite route and let Muchka go again. They might have been battling, so yeah, we always really like when someone is so kind and polite. And here's the gentleman. Oh, and a mistake for one of the well, I wouldn't call him lead drivers, but now in 14th position, Jordan Nixon with the Mercedes. I will just get a 30-second reply. So I'm going to on your hard second. Oh yeah, he made a mistake, unfortunately. Somewhere it's quite a wide runoff. I think that would be turn 10. I think so. Yeah, turn 10, he ran quite wide and hit the wall with the front of the Mercedes, so that Merc now has some damage, and he lost a few positions as well. So yeah, rough start for that team as well. We have one car just leaving the pits. In 32nd position, Gergo Beller. Or it was leaving the pits, but for some reason it got teleported back. At least on my camera, so like what the hell. I have no idea what's going on with that car, but let's hope they can continue. And for 11th place, Christoph Polonis in the Audi overtook another Audi, the Audi of Ian Paskin, running the Team WRT livery. Oh, and we have a nice battle going on for 4th position. So Peter Ambrusch in the Mercedes under attack by Bela Gaidon in the Ferrari. Yeah, that's one of the Wesset cars. Really quick, that Ferrari, although against the Mercedes it will be a bit difficult to find an overtaking opportunity. The Ferrari not being so strong on the straights with the current BOP, but that Ferrari is all over the Merc from behind. So Gaidon has the pace to overtake. Just a question of can he? Battle still going on. The Ferrari looking left and right. Slowest corner of the track coming up. That is turn 7 toe corner with some nice banking, but yeah, almost all of the corners have banking on this track. And let's not forget that behind these two, Tomasz Czichmani is coming up with the Honda. And he managed to get, so Czichmani managed to get that Honda alongside Gaidon, maybe even in front of him for just a moment, but he had to get out of it because he was on the outside line. So now Ambrusch can breathe a breath of fresh air, just for a few corners, but I'm sure that Gaidon will be back on him very, very soon. And our YouTube poll just came to a conclusion. 54% of you is expecting rain, or would be happy to see rain. And 18% more is waiting for a storm. So vast majority of you guys want some mayhem. Oh, and there's an unfortunate thing that I see. The car of Gergo Beller in 32nd position has a disqualified badge next to it. So I do not know what happened to that car, but it's just sitting in the pits and they have been disqualified for some reason. So I really don't know what happened to them. And in 29th place now, Stanislav Hunadi has had an accident with the Porsche. Was that in the first corner? I'm hitting a 30-second replay. Oh yeah. Yeah, Hunadi just hit the inside curb in that corner, which can unsettle your car, especially the Porsche, which does not really tolerate curbs. He hit the curb, went sideways, and got just bumped a bit from a car behind, and he hit the wall, so that Porsche has even now more damage than it had previously. Oh yeah, I'm still on Hunadi in 29th position, and he just had another accident, so yeah, I think that Porsche is just not in racing condition now. Those guys ought to just get back to the pits and get their car fixed. And battle is still ongoing for 4th position. So Peter Amrouche defending, and Bela Goidan and Tomasz Cicimani both close behind him. First section, uphill section, so I do not think that the Ferrari will be able to get into an attack position or get alongside the Mercedes, because he's just a few tenths back. Well, it was 3 tenths after the first corner. At the end, just at the braking zone into the inner loop, it was 5, so the Ferrari lost 2 tenths of a second in the first sector alone in the uphill S's. But as now we come into corners, the Ferrari is alongside on the outside though, so can he make it stick? Really wide curb, but no overtake. But indeed, Goidan is trying really hard to get that position. And as you might be able to see on the screen, that the lights of the cars, the front lights of the cars, are getting brighter and brighter. We are now just 5 minutes past the 7:30 mark. So it's not dark yet, but as I see, the color of the sky is getting really orange, so the sun has just begun to set. We can now see the lights of the cars reflecting on the track. So darkness can be expected in about 30-40 minutes time. Maybe a bit later than that. So 4th position is still under attack. And not just that, but 7th and 8th position, Double and Filzinger, and maybe even Fabrizio Campanella on the Raggioli Racing Ferrari is coming up in 9th position. Chased down by Mahmoud Albash in that weathered Porsche. Those guys, I think, will have some repairing to do in the pits should that time come. But yes, if the teams are on a standard strategy, then we will have still about 25 minutes to go until the first pit stops will be done. The first scheduled pit stops, that is. And some action in 29th position. Martin Pater just overtook the Ferrari of Hunadi. And as you remember, that was the Ferrari that got wrecked a lap or 2 ago. And it's still out on track, so it seems that the team chose to stay out on the track. Maybe the damage isn't that bad, I don't know. But seeing how far they dropped Maybe it would be worth to get that car repaired soon enough. Yeah, and as Kakesh just wrote on the chat, Dark is coming in 30 minutes time, just like I said a moment ago. And it seems that after just 30 minutes, the action has died down a bit. We had a few accidents, we had a few overtakes and some action, but for the moment, we have no big battles going on. Maybe just some statistics. That third place runner Hunard Jorge in the Mercedes is now only 11 seconds behind the leaders. And that gap was 13 seconds just a few laps ago, so I think that Hunard managed to find some pace, because the second place running Audi of Norbert Tomasz slowed down a bit. So much, in fact, that now it's lapping in the mid-45s, and Jorge is faster than that, so that might be the reason that the gap is coming down. I really am curious about the setups for the Audi teams, because as we know, the Audi is not really kind on its tires. So yeah, now the last lap of the second place Audi was a 45.6, and Jorge just crossed the start-finish line, and 45.6 for him as well. So the two cars are now running at an identical pace. The fastest just might be first place running József Karabélyos, who runs 44.9s and 45s, so half a second faster than anyone else on the track. So 5th and 6th place, battle into the inner loop. Wow, those guys just managed to get through without touching. But yeah, the oh so fast Ferrari of Bela Gaidon just lost a place and even runs wide in turn 5. Yep, I mean, there's not much you can do in a Ferrari against the engine power of a Honda. And I see now 11th, 12th position, a yellow flagged Szabolcs, who is facing the wrong way. But yeah, he managed to now find a gap. But two other cars are coming up. Stay in one. Wow! Not the best move by Szabolcs, but the two cars coming managed to dodge him. And now everyone's okay. So yeah, he had a bit of a spin. But now he's back on it. He just lost, I don't know, like 4 places, 5 places. Those guys had a really good run, because they were further up the field. I mean, further up by a lot compared to their starting position, but due to that unfortunate... Oh, yeah, and now the Honda runs wide. So dropping down to 17th. Now, I don't know if that car is completely okay. I mean, looking at it from the outside, it seems to be fine, but of course there might be damage that we cannot see. And when it comes to Honda's 5th place runner, Tamás Csicsmány is now hard on the backside of Péter Ambrosz's Mercedes. First section, I mean, the first section for the Hondas is just a delight. Really good BOP for that car when it comes to engine power now. But Bela Gaidon is very fast in the corners in that Ferrari. Runs a bit wide. Yeah, I feel like that Ferrari is really quick in the corners, just lacks a thread of engine power. Just a thread, not much. But yeah, those guys have been chasing 4th place for quite a while now, but, I mean, kudos to Peter Ambrusch for being such a stable driver, not making any mistakes, defending when he has to, but he still has some decent pace, and he's been mistake-free so far, as I remember, so... Let's see where that takes them. And as I'm looking at the field, or the grid, or the team, or whatever you call it, some smaller gaps here and there, but no action so far. Our main source of action is still 4th place and the 2 cars chasing it down. Oh, and some action, maybe, but that's just a small gap still. Milan Bruder in the AgriaSimRacing number 2. Aston Martin is being chased down by Zander Huijing in the Team TSR McLaren. I mean, the Aston is very good on engine power now after the last BOP patch, but the McLaren is not slow either. So will they go into the bus stop? No. I mean, going into the bus stop side by side is almost suicidal. So Huijing needed to get out of that one and get back in the same lane as Bruder. So battle still ongoing, but I think definitely that McLaren of Huijing is just a bit faster now. I will leave the camera on them and see if something happens. We also have a battle ongoing for 19th position. Or 18th position, sorry. Gabor Sabol in the Porsche is chasing down Matthias Diaborg. Or maybe I should call him Dudeborg because her name sounds kind of... Well, I add the Germanic or Scandinavian. So let's just call him Dudeborg. And as I see that BMW is not 100% healthy, the bonnet is just floating above car's body. There's a gap between the front bumper and the bonnet that always indicates some damage, at least in ACC. So that BMW is definitely not up to full pace now. And as I see, it's getting darker and darker. Lights are shining hard now. And the Porsche of Sabol took a look but couldn't overtake. But who could overtake is 23rd now, Erik Muchka in the Audi. Just got Andrei Aginta behind him. And let's not forget, if my cameraman could find him. Yeah, battle going on for 23rd now. Oh, hold on. I mean, is that a lapped car? My commentating software is just all over the place. Oh yeah, it was. Sorry, not a lapped car, but that was indeed the leader. So József Karabélyos just lapped 24th place. Aginta. And is now coming up behind Erik Muchka, who is running 23rd at the moment. Yeah, blue flag being waved. Muchka will have to give up his position to the leader soon. defending now. Well, not defending so much because he dropped down to 17th position. I think because his car is not 100% healthy either. Tomasz Jäger dropping down to 17th, overtaken by Sabo. I believe Sabo had a spin too, about 10 to 15 minutes ago. He managed to get that Honda back on the track, hopefully without any damage. But Jäger hasn't done much defending, so I'm guessing that HHR team, Aston Martin is... I think those guys might be running some damage, but who knows. Maybe he felt like Sabo was so much faster that there was just no point in defending and battling. Wow, number 5th position, Bela Gaidon, is still very much behind Peter Ambrusch in that Mercedes, but now he's on the inside, although we are in the first section of the track. Oh, that was a bump. Ferrari might just lost a thread of momentum, but yeah, the first section with the Ferrari is tough. Gaidon managed to get that Ferrari again alongside Ambrusch's Mercedes, but still no overtake. That ability for the Ferrari man is just a pain. Sometimes I'm sure that they feel the same way, the team that is. But now we had a change of position. Running now 11th position, Joel Baumgartner, who is, by the way, the cousin of our old Hungarian Formula 1 driver by the same name, just overtook Jan Paskin in the WRT Team Audi. But Paskin seems to be quite slow at the moment. I do not know what's going on with that car. Maybe it worn out its tires. I don't know, because we have been running now for just over 40 minutes. So if the setup is not kind to the tires, or not easy on the tires can drop indeed. And as we know, the Audi is always like a stiff setup, especially on a fast track like this one. So I don't know what happened. They will be crossing the start-finish line soon, so I will take a look at the lap time. Yeah, the last lap was a 48.5, which is 2 seconds slower than the previous lap, so I don't know what's going on with that car, but it's just out of pace at the moment. And still battling for 4th position. Come on, guys. I mean, yeah. I mean, I would have been surprised if they went into the end loop 3 wide, but wow. I mean, the Ferrari of Gaidon is just drifting all over the inner loop, but he managed to keep it together, so great driver, Gaidon, it seems. They are still battling. I think Peter Ambrusch is holding them up, but still no resolution. And back to Joel Baumgartner in 10th position now. He overtook another Audi, the Audi of Christoph Polonis, running the 3D Max livery. And yeah, another slow Audi, it seems. So this might be just a guess, of course, but those Audis, like I said, might just not be the kindest to their tires. And the last 50 minutes, the last quarter of their stints will always be a struggle. Seems to me, but of course, feel free to write it in chat if you have other thoughts on this. Okay, so drop down from 14th. I think that's the McLaren of Huijing. Yeah, we are now watching a replay, as I've been told. Yeah, it was an overtake down into toe corner, maybe. I think that's toe. And just coming out of tow. Well, seem fine so far. Oh, yeah. Guys, I mean, I think that was corner 9. Oh, and yeah, so in corner 9, the McLaren of Huijing just touched with another car, got sideways, and before he could get back on the track, he was hit from the behind by an oncoming car. So bad luck for those guys. Hopefully they can continue. And position 17, if I can get my folder out of the way. Yeah, into the inner loop. Duraborg and Sabo, BMW versus Porsche, still at it. These guys have been fighting for a few laps now, I believe. That BMW is somewhat damaged, but I think the Porsche is damaged as well. Yeah, Porsche just missing the apex there, so... And Duraborg just decides to let Sabo go. Maybe he feels like he shouldn't be battling because, as we know, a damaged car is just so much worse on tires. I mean, they tend to wear out tires much more than a car that is in 100% fighting shape. Wow, I'm still rusty. Come on. Come on, Wittke, it's been 45 minutes. And we just might have our first scheduled pit stop, which is Fabrizio Campanella. 12th position currently in the Ferrari, and yellow flag for a 10th place runner Mahmoud Albash in one of the Wesset Racing cars. I don't know what happened to him. I will just hit a 30-second replay. Yeah, so first section should be... Wow! I mean, did he hit the curb? He might have just hit the curb, but... I mean, the first section is just a bunch of S-corners taken flat out, so... I really do not understand what happened. He might just went on the curb a bit too much and the Porsche got sideways. Oh, and I think we just have missed something, because the previous 4th place runner who's been there for a long time, Peter Ambros, is now in 11th place in the Mercedes. So the 3 guys behind him have been unleashed. I don't know if Peter made a mistake or he touched with some of the cars, or touched with one of the cars. Strange. He was running so well, though. Very stable. Very firm-handed driver, but he ended up in P11 somehow. But of course now, Bela Gordon in the Wesset Racing Ferrari, number 514, can get up to full pace. Oh, and an overtake for 5th position. Tomasz Cicmani in the Honda just overtook Tilsinger's BMW, Odyssey Esports. So BMW down a position. And I see a really small gap in 24th position. Roberto Ricci in the Raggiel Racing Ferrari just overtook Jesper von Ringsten in the AR Racing Audi. Von Ringsten seems to be quite a bit slower than Ricci, so might be another Audi that's worn out its tires, but like I say, this is just a guess. You can all prove me wrong in chat. And I think I'm a bit behind on YouTube chat, so let's read that out loud. Because currently I think there's not much action going on. At least nothing that's really worth Going, but oh no, hold on. Peter Ambrusch in the Mercedes has just had an accident going into the pits. Whoa, that's strange. But yeah, that Mercedes is indeed a little bit broken. At least the front end is. So, but this might be just a scheduled pit stop for the team. Let's see where they end up after their pit stop. So, back to YouTube chat. I see we have a Odyssey Racing fan, Richard Harknett. Good to have you here. Also, Akos Shizmedia cheering for Team LMLM. Oh, and to answer a question, are we not doing custom liveries for this race? We are not, in fact. We just found it a bit of a pain to collect all the custom liveries, so no custom liveries for this race, unfortunately. We might just have custom liveries for the next big driver swap event, so stay tuned to find that out. So the number 453 Mercedes just got going again. They spent quite a bit of time in the pits. And now they are down in 26th position. And the front end of that car seems to be damaged still. So I don't know if they've done full repairs or just the suspension. I don't know. It seems to me like that car is still not in 100% fighting condition. Still a bit broken on the front, so I hope at least it works somewhat. And chasing down Peter Shimon in 24th place, Jordan Nixon in the HRT Mercedes. That car has been in the pits already, I believe. It had some damage, but looks fine now, and it is racing Peter Shimon, trying to get that 23rd position. Also, there's a battle going on for 12th position. No, 11th position, sorry, in 11th position. Milan Bruder in the AgriaSimRacing Aston, chased by Double and Lengyel, a Honda and another Aston Martin. No attacks yet, just a very small gap. Whoa. And I think we missed it, but Jordan Nixon overtook Peter Shimon for 23rd place. The Mercedes can now go after Andrea Xinta. Or is it Ajinta? I'm always in trouble with foreign names because the letter X is pronounced so differently in different languages, so yeah, good question. But I think we have a Wasset Team Racing fan in YouTube chat, so you guys just can correct me if you want. Action in yeah, action in 10th place. Milan Bruder had 10th place, but oh, just got bumped by Sabo and the Honda. But that was a very tough move. Bruder even lost some momentum. Almost had to give his position up again, but all seemed well after that one. Oh, and strange thing is, you know that our leader was quite ahead, being József Karabélyos ahead by, I don't know, quite a few seconds, and now, I don't know if he made a mistake or something, but Norbert Tamás behind in second place is just now 2 seconds behind our leader, so that gap came down by a lot. It seems that Tamás gained some pace because Jorge in third place is now lapping in the 46s, so he definitely could not preserve his tires for the entirety of the stint. But this Audi in second place seems to be going strong still, even after 55 minutes, so I think those guys just managed to find a really good setup for the race, a really good endurance setup. Gap is down to 1.8 seconds now, so I think that our second place runner Audi is definitely faster than Karabélyos in first place. Let's see where that leads us. Oh, and oh, I thought it was a problem, but no. Tamás Csicsmányi, previous 5th place runner in the Honda, in the pits now. I think this is definitely a scheduled pit stop for those guys. And I'm still looking for gaps, but the only smaller gap we have, I think, is behind Milan Bruder in 11th place. 2 Aston Martins going at it hard. But that gap seems to be going up and down a bit as we go through different corners. But first section now uphill in the S's. Lengyel seems to be just a bit faster in the slipstream. Can he get it alongside? No, doesn't look like it. No. Oh, that's a big accident. Yeah, commentator's curse. Lengyel just touched the back corner of the other Aston and Bernard Bruder, so that's quite unfortunate for those guys. Well, this is what I said exactly at the start. Be polite and pay attention. It's a long race. But yeah, I mean, if you ruin someone else's race, this was a very bad call from Lengyel, so I'm definitely expecting to see an apology for this after the race. But with this, it seems like that all the small gaps are gone. Maybe the smallest one is just behind Jordan Nixon in the 21st place HRT Mercedes. Andrea Ginter following him. Well, not that close because, well, from 0.8 it just went up to 1.3 seconds, so Nixon might be the faster one between them. We are, I think, now in pit stop territory because the number 111 car, currently running in 27th position, has been taken over by Peter Jacek. So there was a driver swap there. It's just that my commentating software is really not on the same speed, because it's still showing the name of the old driver. But whatever. And a battle for the lead just might be coming up, because Norbert Tomasz in the Audi is now only 0.4 seconds behind József Karabélyos. Karabélyos just might go and enter the pits. But yeah, both cars now on 1 hour old tires, and the Audi in second place seems to be much faster. And since we have a fan, Donny, please switch to 16th place. The Shane Rees and Odyssey Esports. 16th position. They've had a rough start because they started in 9th, but after the initial accidents they had, I think it seems like the car seems to be fine. Pace seems to be okay. So after one pit stop that lasted, well, 54 seconds. So the usual, I think they had roughly about, I don't know, 20 something seconds damage. But I think they've repaired the car, and their pace seems to be good, because their last lap was 46.7 with a 45.3 best lap for them in the race. So yeah, that car is going strong now, and I wish them the best of luck for the remainder of the race. And the leaders are in the pits indeed. József Karabélyos, Norbert Tomasz, sorry, Hunor Horhi, and also Béla Gajdon in the Ferrari, just coming into the pit lane. Also Joel Baumgartner from 5th. So yeah, our top 5 runners are all in the pits. And unfortunately, Milan Bruder in 23rd position probably pushed the pit limiter button either too soon or too late, because that car just got a stop and go 30 seconds penalty, and that's always speeding in the pits. Yeah, it seems like my commentating software really cannot handle the driver swaps, because I had to disconnect and connect to see the proper names. Because now first place runner Audi of the Mosim Gold team has been taken over by Dominik Fekete. And the second place, previously leading for about an hour, Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes, is now driven by Balin Gabay. Number 11 in the pits now, David Kozma of the LMLM Racing Team Ferrari. So yeah, lots and lots of cars in the pits. 5 at the moment. Oh, and just to answer Peter Schmidt's question in the chat, it's beer for now. It was such a long race that if I started drinking Palinka, I would be wasted. Oh, and commentators curse, I'm sorry. 12th position, Dieter van Brabant in the 3D Max Audi just had a small venture off the track, but now he's back. He just... I'm not sure if he even lost a position. Yeah, he did. He did lose one position. Now 2 positions, because Nixon and the Merc overtook him as well. But he's now back to speed. He just needs to watch out for... was that Lewis Cat? No, it was Paulus in the lapped Honda. So that's no concern of Van Brabant. You saw 30 seconds replay now for 8th position. Oh yeah, Ricci and the Ferrari got into an accident. He just shot the door on a Honda there, so bad move by him. Have to be careful, guys. But Roberto Ricci is in the pits now, so the reason him being slow might be that he just wanted to come into the pits. But yeah, who knows. But now action in 7th position, or 6th or 7th I would say. Botond Kovac in the LMLM Honda has to defend against Richard Vinema in the WRT Audi. As we know, the Audi has been nerfed a bit when it comes to straight line speed, but not by that much. So it's still a speedy car in the straight line. Not to mention it's an absolute monster in the corners. So still a really strong car. Might not be the easiest to drive, but it's definitely easier than the old Evo. Yeah, Kovac definitely a bit slower than him. Seems like the Audis after the pit stop are just flying. And as I can see, yeah, Kovac in 6th position has not been to the pits yet. So that team might be running a quite long first stint. But then again, they have nothing to fight about. So he just might let that Audi go. Maybe even Zelfeld in 7th position behind him. Oh, and I don't know who's driving at the moment. I will disconnect and connect again, because the names might be mixed up, but because yeah, the commentating software shows Fabrizio Campanella, but it might be Ricci, I don't know. So 24th position, Ferrari just got a drive-through. That will be, I'm sure, off tracks for that car, so they managed to get a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, they will have to do it in 3 laps time and get back to the racing. Oh, and now just a bit of action. Botond Kovac in 5th position. Oh, and we have number 4th position off the track there. The Wested Racing Ferrari, they had a mistake in turn 10. The fast left-hander, they just went off track, but they are back on again, so hopefully the car survived and the tires did not take a big beating either. That car down 1 position compared to its original starting position, but still in a very nice place. And we have action around 11th place, because Barnabas Erős is coming hard in that Mercedes, attacking the Audi of Van Brabant. First section uphill, and of course Viktor Pescigegger is coming up behind them, so it's a 3-way battle coming up to the first big braking zone of the track, the inner loop, or the bus stop chicane as some people call it. Side by side, oh, the Audi has to go on the grass and he loses two positions, but he managed to keep the car on track. There's just, I mean, most of the time there is just no room for 2 cars into that set of corners. So, oh, and we have an off track as well. Roland Fahir in 15th position now, but he came back, so no problem. He's just been overtaken by the leader, now being Dominik Fekete in the Massim Gold Audi. Wow, 7th position is off the track. Wow, a completely broken Audi. The right side headlight is out. And Boton Kovac also in the Honda. Oh no, he's just coming onto the pits, I'm sorry. So, Richard Venema, well, that Audi is so broken, but, well, the fortune and the misfortune is that it just happened before the pit entry, turn 10 again. It seems like that corner just got the better of some people in this race, at least. And both cars just got in for repairs because they couldn't continue. I mean, when one of your headlights is out, you know that your car is just a wreck. So, no worth in trying pushing it. The two cars in for repairs. And having good pace, the Mercedes of Barnabas Erős, the other Massim team, they are coming up on Lewis Kett, driving the number 50 Wesset Racing Porsche. And Erős seems to be quite a bit faster, even though that Merc, I think, is not completely damage-free. Erős is taking a look, and it was an easy overtake into heel corner number 8. They are now going through corner number 9, which only has a number. It doesn't have a name. But yes, it seems that the Massim 453 team Mercedes has some really good pace now. Let me just take a look at the latest lap. Well, the latest lap was a 46.5, but with the best lap of 44.4, and in fact, that's the 3rd fastest, as I see it. So I think that car, if they manage to complete the race with no problem, will have a pretty good position when they finish. Already now 6 places up compared to their starting position. Well, not much to show at the moment. I'm just surprised by one thing. Currently in 10th position, Victor Pesci-Geiger, who I think is the teammate of Umar Jorge, who started this race. Well, oh no. Good thing the camera's on them, because they just overtook Lewis Kett, who hit the wall just 2 corners ago in that Porsche. That's why he lost some momentum. I hope the car is okay though, because it seemed like a pretty big hit. I mean, almost all hits are big on this track because the pace is so high. But I'm surprised that from 3rd position, the Ram Racing Mercedes is down to 9th. I don't know what happened to those guys. Oh yeah, and because I had to disconnect, I'm now missing all the statistics about the pit stops. Great. Erik Muchka gained the position, came up to 10th place. So that was another position loss for Lewis Kett in that battered Porsche. So yeah, just that I thought that car doesn't seem to have its full potential currently. And some action coming up. Currently in 7th position, Jordan Nixon is close behind Shane Rees of Odyssey Esports. And indeed, Nixon seems to be quite a bit faster. I don't know if Rees will defend, but let's just stay on them and let's see for ourselves. Completely dark now. But just as we thought. Just after the 1 hour mark, we have now arrived to complete darkness. And Rees runs quite wide in the first corner and loses the position to Nixon. It seems like the nerves got the better of him. Ran a bit too hot into the first corner and ran wide after that. So, place lost. Oh, and Lewis Kett, 11th place in the Porsche, just had an accident. I will hit a 15-second replay to see what happened. Is this... Oh! The curbing again! I mean, I don't know if that was this Porsche or another one, but I mean, this is the second Porsche accident in the first sector just because they went a little bit on the curb. I mean, I knew that that car was the Porsche. I mean, was quite unforgiving when you go onto curbs, but damn, I mean, you can't even put one wheel on the damn curb just a little bit. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, the Porsche definitely has a very high skill cap and a very high skill requirement as well, but second accident now for that car in this race in the same sector. Oh, and it seems like, yes, for 7th place, Barnabas Erős overtook Shane Rees. So that BMW lost another position now. Don't know why, but oh yeah, I think Rees had an off track because his lap seems to be, or second lap in a row now, a red lap, which means that he hit the track limit, so went off track, and his second to last lap was a 47 something, and this lap for him was a 49.7. So he might have made a mistake or two in the last 2 laps, costing him 2 positions. Oh, and action in 22nd position, Fabrizio Campanella. But it just might be Richie. I don't know. It shows Campanella for me. Not for me, to me. Ah, yeah, English. Sorry, it's getting late. And I've been repairing my car for 2 days now, and I'm still not finished. But yeah, Campanella hard. Oh, and Brudad. Very, very close. The Aston is definitely faster on the straights, but wow, Campanella from the outside. But he just managed to turn in because Brudad wasn't too polite. Oh, and I think we just lost the car. Being in 19th position. Bryant or something. Or someone, sorry. I saw a name Brett and then it just disappeared. That seems to be a disconnection. Coming back to 21st position, Fabrizio Campanella is still very hard. On the attack behind Brudad, but the Aston just pulls away a little bit. But coming into the first corner, wow, Campanella just managed to slow it down. That Ferrari is definitely very, very quick into corners. But don't forget, the Aston has the grunt up the hill. So Campanella will definitely need to create an overtaking opportunity for himself, because he will definitely not be able to do it just out of sheer engine power and straight line speed. Oh yeah, so I've just been told by Dunny that there was a huge explosion sound in-game for some reason, and I believe in the past 12 months this is the second time we've had it, and we have no idea what that is. But I think it's either an explosion or gunshot or something. It was quite fun the first time. When I checked the replay, I just didn't understand what the hell that was. No idea. Well, I would have loved to say action in 23rd place for Tomasz Tima, but it's not. Unfortunately, that Honda seems to be damaged quite a bit. Yeah, the bonnet is just not on properly. Oh, and we have, I think we have had an accident. I will have hit a 30-second replay for Van Brabant. I don't know what happened. Oh, there was a car, yeah, a car off the track. Norbert Feher and, oh yeah. It was Roland Feher in the white Honda, and Van Brabant just collected him when, because yeah, so Feher went off track, went sideways, was just a passenger, and Van Brabant came behind them. But yeah, Van Brabant is now in the pits getting that car repaired, so bad luck for that team. Hopefully they will have no more accidents in the upcoming laps, on the upcoming hours, should I say, because we have still just under 3 hours to go. Oh, and we just might see a battle for first place, because Balin Gebei in the Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes is coming up behind Dominic Fekete in the Massim Gold Audi. Lap 46 now for those guys. Coming up the hill in the first section. And they have quite a few cars ahead of them to be overtaken, or to be lapped, sorry. We will see how they manage to do that. They just lapped Paulus in the Honda, and 2.2 seconds just in front of them is Peter Jacek in the 111 McLaren. So as for now, yeah, Van Brabant still in the pits, so that Audi has some big damage, but so is Roland Feher in the Team Honda Racing NSX. Only 0.4 seconds now between the first two. So we got ourselves a nice little battle for the lead. mode. And just as we are watching this battle, let's see what I can read in the chat. Yeah, still the Odyssey Racing League YouTube channel, a YouTube account. Chatting, well, yeah, I mean, that team is indeed doing really good. I remember them seeing in a pretty nice position. And also a line from Enzo Santasiero, Forza Campanella. And I believe, because his name is so unique, also easy to remember, Fabrizio Campanella, currently in 16th position in that Ferrari. That car indeed is having a very good race so far. They started down in 24th. Now they are running in 16th position with a, I believe it was a 65-minute first stint. So kudos to those guys. Having a great race, having great pace. And I believe they were accident-free. And just to celebrate now watching them, the latest lap, so the lap before this one, was a 45.090, which is the car's fastest lap of the race so far. So I can see that they are currently having great pace, having a great race, so best of luck to them going forward, of course. Battle is still going on for first place. The Mercedes in second, just a bit quicker. But wow, I mean, I am personally thinking of switching to another main car in my SEC Racing, but I'm so happy to see that Mercedes is indeed has the grunt to stand up to the Audi. Because Gebe managed to stay on the outside or get alongside the leading Audi just from the outside and into the bus stop chicane. The inner loop is not a great position to be in. But as we know, the Merc can handle curves really, really well. Even better than the Bentley, at least Evo. So the gap is now down to 0.2 seconds again. That Mercedes is a lot faster now. Having a look. Gebe was, but just a look. He's definitely trying to put himself in the leader's mirrors, trying to get on his nerves, trying to make him nervous, trying to force him into a mistake. But Fekete seems to be handling it very well. Mercedes looking again in the start-finish straight. No, that's just the look. Into the first corner. Oh, Fekete just might have run a little bit too wide. Yeah, the Merc is back on him. That big 6.2 liter V8 pulling the Merc up the mountain. Now alongside the Audi again. Side by side into the bus stop. And oh, the Merc gets sideways and did they stay? Oh yeah, they stayed on track. Okay, no problem. Yeah, problem is for the Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes is that they do not have too many or so many overtaking opportunities on the track. Their best opportunity each lap is the braking zone into the bus stop chicane. But that's, but I mean, from the outside, that's a very difficult to overtake. So let's see how this battle develops for the lead. But of course, we have some other action ongoing as well. We have Benny Paulus now in the RA106 Racing Honda in the pits, down in 29th position. Oh, and we had an off-track. Tomasz Timar, currently running 19th, is off the track. He had a spin, I believe. He is still facing almost the wrong way. And wow, the upcoming, the home Jedi reflexes just manages to avoid him. I will get a 15-second replay on home and get up to the bonnet camera. Oh my goodness! Jedi reflexes, indeed. Very nice dodge for home. Cheers on that one, really. I mean, great reflexes. Battle is still going on for the lead. But down in 8th position, Erik Muchka is trying to chase down Jordan Nixon, who has been in the car for 19 minutes now. 19 minutes, I'm sorry. In that HRT Mercedes. Muchka behind is having a better pace, I believe, for the moment, or for the time being. And I'm happy to see our very own Tomasz Biekaffi cheering on his team, Simurai Racing. Good pace on that McLaren, guys. And it is very good to see you racing as always. In 20th position, we have Tomasz Timash making a move. But I think Holm just let him go because I don't know why, but it was not an overtake. Holm just let Timar go. Maybe Holm's car is not... Maybe they have damage or something. I don't know. I'm trying to take a look at their car, if I manage to say it. But I mean, it's quite dark, but from what I can see, there is no visible damage on the Audi. And misfortune for the number 4, not number 4, number 514 Wesset Racing Ferrari in 4th position currently. They have a drive-through penalty to complete. They are now in the pits. I will stay on them just for now, just to see where they end up. Yeah, we have another car in the pits, that being the Porsche of Philipp Brutus for Wesset Racing, flashing his lights on the teammates, the Wesset Racing Ferrari, which after the drive-through penalty came out in 9th position, with Shane Rees coming up behind him in the Odyssey Esports BMW. And I think we've just missed it. Yes, we did. So there's been a change at the front. Balin Gebey overtook Dominic Fekete, so this is going to be a very long replay. 60 seconds now for Balin Gebey. Yeah, so 60 seconds. I still see these guys in the start-finish straight. And yeah, with a big dive that caught the Audi a bit off guard. Gebay managed to overtake for first place. And now that car, the what now? Can I have my HUD back? Thank you, commentary program. So, Balin Gebay and the Mad Panda Motorsports AMG Mercedes are now back in first place again. And we might see some action around 7th place, because Jordan Nixon... Oh, hold on. Or is it the other way around? Because I believe Eddie Kmuchka was the one who overtook Jordan Nixon not long ago, because I believe Jordan was in 6th position. Yeah, the gap is going up a bit, so I might be right on that one. Yeah, and we had a change of position for 21st place. The Honda of Roland Faher, which was in a bit more action than maybe what the team would have liked. Has now overtook the number 33 McLaren, and I mean, if we can put the camera on 22nd position, the gentleman's name is so strange. I would say strange to pronounce, that I will not do so, because I really do not want to get our channel banned from YouTube. So if this is the gentleman's real name, I'm very, very sorry. I do apologize, but I do not dare pronounce his name in a live stream. And I might have been wrong previously, because Nixon's Mercedes is still about 0.6, 0.7 seconds behind Erik Muchka. So if there was an overtake, the fate of that position is definitely not concluded yet. And since we have a fan of Odyssey Esports in the chat, we are now watching Shane Rees in 10th position, in pursuit of Simon Westerau. So it is Odyssey Esports versus Wesset Racing. And unfortunately, I just ran out of beer. And I don't have another one. So, just like we agreed with Donny. Oh, and I believe... yeah, Westerau just let Rees go. He didn't want to get into a fight. So, yeah. I get that. And in 4th place, well, now in 4th place, previously in 5th, Barnabas Erős just overtook Tamás Zelfel in that LMLM Racing team Aston Martin. Tomasin's Mercedes is indeed having a great race so far, gaining 4 positions from 8th, where they started from. So definitely good job for those guys. I see a yellow flag. Martin Pater. Very, very bad position in the middle of the track in that Honda. But the upcoming Gabor out in the McLaren managed to dodge him. Unfortunately, it was around the middle of a small straight. That being... what was it? That just might have been... Oh! Oh yeah, between corners 9 and 10. I don't know how they managed to crash in the middle of a straight, but it might have been just a tank slapper or something coming out of turn 9. But fortunately, the upcoming cars had an opportunity to see the Honda, so no problem. But now he's back on pace. Pater, that is. And he can continue. And talking about Hondas, Roland Feher in 21st position. Trying to chase down Dan Holm in the AR Racing Audi. Holm goes a bit wide, manages to keep it out of the wall, but he had to lift, so the Honda is now beside him and in front of him, so yeah, Holm just loses that position. He made a mistake just when he needed to have pace and have an opportunity to defend it the most, but no problem, just losing a position, down to 21st for the team. And Jordan Nixon in the currently running in 7th position is now in the pits. So I think this is the second pit stop for those guys. Now I will take a peek at their engine map, which says map 2. So I don't know how many pit stops that team is planning to have. They are currently a lap down, but then again, most cars are, so I believe that, yeah, up until 10th position, everyone, or rather 11th position, everyone's been lapped already by the leaders. Yeah, scheduled pit stop, the HRT. Mercedes just got going again. Just passing the Ferrari of Westerra, which is having a pit stop of its own, although it's been stopped for quite a while now, so... For how long, you ask? Oh no, only 28 seconds, so let's see if... I mean, the car should be dropped very soon. If it's damage-free, that is. 40 seconds, still going. Yeah, it just got going again, so that car might have had some damage. After a 47-second pit stop, it just got going again, back into 16th position. And I'm sorry to see that we've lost 3 cars so far, unfortunately. We had 33 cars starting, now we have 30 still running, so I really do hope that all the cars currently in the race will stay in and finish. Oh, and just after the pit stop, the HRT Mercedes, now driven by Peter O'Brien, is just behind Daniel Pomij in that orange Aston Martin, and I believe, since these guys are on completely different pit strategies, the Mercedes should gain a position in a few corners. The Aston is still so very strong in a straight line. But let's see if the Merc with that 6.2 liter V8 can keep up. It can. It seems like, well, this isn't much of a fight, I believe. It's just that Pomij let the Mercedes go. Almost side by side into the bus stop chicane, but Pomij gets back onto the racing line, and off they go. And we might see some action around 22nd place, because in that McLaren, the driver who must not be named is coming up behind Dan Holm in the AgriaSimRacing Audi, who for some reason does not have great pace at the moment, because the McLaren behind him had a 47.3 last lap. Dan Holm had a 48.9, so there's 1.6 seconds. Yes, and oh, what happened? He who must not be named just went wide. He might have made a mistake in that corner, but this indeed let Gambitsky through, I believe, in the... Nope, I'm sorry. It was Roland Fahir in the Honda. He overtook those guys. And I think, unfortunately, my commentating software and ACC is desync again, so I'm having a difficult time with names. I just don't want to disconnect again, because then I will lose track of pit stops. And with a red-hot glowing exhaust in 29th position, Philippe Burtus for Wasset Racing is coming up behind Daniel Gambitsky. Fortunately, I do have that livery, that being the BMW in 20th position, because Daniel is racing in Sim Racing Company. So we do have that. And just as we predicted, the driver who must not be named in 21st position, now just having overtaken Dan Holm. And oh yeah, Dan Holm, unfortunately, that car is just out of pace at the moment. I mean, running 49s when everyone around him is just running 46s and 47s. That Audi is struggling for some reason. I do not know why. It might be damage. It might be that we are coming up to the end of the second stint. So we might see another Audi that just destroyed its tires in 45 minutes or so. And we also have a change for 10th position. Peter O'Brien, in the not long ago mentioned Mercedes, just overtook Lewis Kett. And Kett has now been overtaken by Daniel Pomij as well. I mean, I know that the first section is tough for the Porsches, but that Porsche of Kett is, well, I mean, it seems to be off pace as well, because O'Brien and Pomish in just in front of Cat were lapping in the 46.6 and 7 range. The last lap of Lewis Cat was 48.9 for some reason, so that Porsche isn't the fastest at the moment. And Shane Rees in 8th position currently for Odyssey Esports is in the pits, so I do believe that this is a scheduled pit stop for this team. The second. Let's see how long they will go in their third stint. Oh, and if you're wondering why I'm saying each and every time when there's something happening which position it is, that's because so Donny can follow me and he can switch the cameras to the car that I'm pointing out, so that's the reason. This is a habit that we got into in our previous seasons. Commentating Sim Racing Company races. And for 22nd position, or in 22nd position now, Tamás Jäger, who just overtaken the previously mentioned Dan Holm, who is still lapping. Wow, so slow now. In the his last lap was 150, so that Audi, I think, is really struggling on its tires now. I don't know how it's doing on fuel, but maybe the team did not manage to has not managed to get a good endurance setup in, because it seems that at the end of each stint the car is quite a bit slower because it just used up its tires. And I think we are up for oh, hold on. I see the what happened? I hope this is just a server bug or something, because the Odyssey Esports BMW currently in 17th position has been disqualified. I have no idea why though. Those guys were having a great race. What did they do? I have no idea, so if someone in chat knows what happened, please tell us, because I would really like to know. I don't know why they got disqualified. Oh, I'm just reading chat. I have to switch to Hungarian, sorry. Dani, valahogy le tudjuk venni a diszkvalit? So Avex Bullets, I don't know if we can remove it. Just can you please write down what happened, why you got disqualified? Because I mean, you really have to do some extreme stuff to get disqualified. I mean, what did you do? There are no driver stints. There really isn't a way to cut this track so much. What happened? Do you know why you got disqualified? Amúgy meg fárész, szóval. Ha jó szívűek vagyunk, akár egész jó versenyt mentek a srácok. Oh, speeding in the pits. Vagy már álltak szerinted a boxban eleget ahhoz, hogy elengedjük őket ekkora... Szerintem már elég nagy stop and go-t kaptak azért, mert... Hát jó, csak ez már Stop and Go 90 volt nekik, vagy Stop and Go 120. Nem, csak hát ugye diszkoli helyett lehetne az, hogy nagyon sokat állnak a boxban, és akkor mehetnek. De szóval hát így is sokkal többet veszítettek, mint amennyit nyertek volna vele. Szerintem engedjük el őket, most az egyszer legyünk jó fejek. Benézte a féktáblát, van ilyen. Pár rész úgyis. Meg szerintem már álltak eleget, hogy megszívassuk őket. Hát figyelj, akkor ki tudsz valamit más tenni a képre addig? Okay, rendben van. Okay, so just having a talk with our organizer, I've got the information that indeed, since you've guys already been very heavily penalized due to speeding in the pits, although it was quite some heavy speeding, because if you've just been over the limit, it would have been a stop and go 30, but being disqualified means that you've been speeding in the pit lane quite heavily. But now we are going to have a break, because I do need to go get some drinks and food and go to the toilet and so on. So we will now have a small break, but during this break, the disqualification badge will be removed, so Odyssey Esports will be able to continue their race. So see you guys in a bit. We will be back in a few minutes. And we are back. I'm just reading the YouTube chat that there's been some confusion from the side of Shane Rees because he thought that we had automatic pit limiter enabled. No, we don't. So, yeah. That led to this quite unfortunate situation, but since this is only a single event, a fun event, so to speak, we thought that it would be nice to let the team go. They were punished quite enough, I think, standing in the pit lane for quite a while, but of course we are very happy to give them the opportunity to at least complete the race and maybe even snatch a few positions. So best of luck to you guys for the rest of the race. And I'm just looking at the grid on what's happening. Tomasz Tiemelt with the LMLM Honda is in the pits right now. Since we are just after the 2-hour mark, I think those guys are doing a scheduled pit stop. As is Balin Gebe from first place in the Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes. Let's see, and the car's been stopped for 33 seconds now, and it got going again, so scheduled pit stop for those guys, and József Karabélyos took over the reins again. And now he's on full throttle going up the hill in the first section through the S's. It's just a matter of how the hell does my ACC race control software get the names right? Maybe it needs a lap? I don't know. It might need a lap. Oh no, it just got updated. Nice. So I should have not disconnected and reconnected the software again because I lost count of how many pit stops teams had, and some other data as well, but what the hell. So and seems to me that the Audi in second place currently, Norbert Tomasz, came out of the pits after their second scheduled pit stop in second place, but now they are 8.5 seconds behind the lead. So those teams were, well, closer at times. I think this is the furthest they've been from each other throughout the race. So let's see let's wait for how that gap develops. And, of course, currently in third position, Mercedes of Viktor Pesti-Geiger is 31 seconds behind second place, 38.8 seconds behind the leader. So that car has had a great race so far. They started in 10th position, which is surprising because both drivers have really good pace, but they've been accident-free so far. They managed to have a very, very good start, and they had very, very good pace at the very beginning of the race when Jorge was driving for them. And now they have third position currently, and fourth place is behind them by quite a lot. And the car is in the pits now, making their second scheduled pit stop. Yeah, it seems to me that indeed we are in pit stop world again. Wow, I mean, I previously mentioned Tomasz Tiemelt in the LMLM Honda, and that car has been in the pits for a good 5 minutes. Wow. Why though? I do not know. They might have had an issue swapping drivers, because I have really not heard about a car having that much damage ever. I mean, I personally had damages that was to repaired, well, way above 1 minute, maybe even 2, but 5 minutes almost, that's rough. I have no idea what happened to those guys. Oh, and yellow flag for Dan Holm, 21st position, and that is, I believe, the tightest corner on track, being corner number 8, heel. So heel corner. Oh, and some yellow flags even behind him for Tomasz Kiemelt, who just came out of the pits and teleports back to the pits. Maybe he had enough, I don't know. And of course, trouble for Richard Venema in that Audi. Wow, I think those guys, well, Kiemelt and that Audi have been involved in the same accident, most probably, as I've seen on my minimap. Just a flash of yellow previously. I mean, it's lucky because Venema is just coming up to the pit entry now, but those 2 cars, I think, have been in an accident. Venema trying to get out of the way of other cars and is indeed coming into the pits for repairs, while that Audi is indeed wrecked quite hard. From 14th position, we also have the late break racing team Aston Martin stopping in the pits. At the same time, oh, and that might have been an overtake, so I will hit a 15-second, or rather now 30-second replay on Campanella in 9th position from AgriaSimRacing. Let's see what those guys were up to. Oh yeah, it seems to me that the BMW just ahead Campanella made a mistake, so he managed to get a position. Mit mondtál, Dani? And something that we have not talked about during this race is weather. I can see that both the track and the ambient temperature dropped by 3 degrees. We started at 22, now we are at 19. But we do have a thick cover of clouds now above our heads. So I really am wondering if that might lead somewhere. Maybe the YouTube poll jinxed it and we will see some rain. But let's just wait and see how that turns out. So yes, the previously mentioned Fabrizio Campanella, currently now in 11th position, is in the pits. And unfortunately, the Audi of Richard Venema is still being repaired and has been in the last 2 minutes, so that car indeed took a huge hit. But good thing is that any kind of damage and any amount of damage can be repaired, and that car is back on its wheels. Well, the front end is still kind of broken, so I don't know if they repaired the body or just the suspension, or maybe it's just a graphics bug and the car is fine. I sure hope so, because indeed the Audi before the pit stops was, or before the pits, it was indeed really in rough shape. I think I'm not drunk enough. That's why I'm stuttering sometimes. And I do have something strong on my desk, but I mean, drinking palinka with beer always leads to some interesting things and interesting results, so I think I will not do it because you still need a commentator for almost 2 hours. Action around 10th place, and I think that's settled already. Bela Goydon in the Ferrari just overtook René Stjärne of Team DSR, but Stjärne is coming into the pits, so that's no problem. Oh, and unfortunately, I can see that we have lost 3 additional cars. We started with 33 entries. We've managed to keep 30 in for a time, but now we only have 27 cars running, so we've lost some, and unfortunately. And maybe the most boring position of the race is sometimes first place, which is still the Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes, driven by József Karabélyos, who is... Okay, so I've just been told that we will switch to József Karabélyos and a bonnet cam, and let's just have a full onboard lap of Watkins Glen, going now into the first section uphill, which is called the S's. All uphill, all full throttle, no need to lift anywhere. Blue flag being waved. Pocket in the Porsche, just before Karabélyos into the inner loop, or boss stop chicane as many people like to call it. Now turn 5, downhill from here. Very fast corner. Up to 4th gear. Really unpleasant late apex corner with a hard braking zone, and yeah, Karabélyos with the lapping manages to make a mistake, but I mean, you just don't do this with the race leader as a lapped car. Get in front of it and then slam the brakes. Thank you very much. Yeah, so wasn't a good choice by Cat. The slowest corner of the track now. Heel coming up to turn 9, which has a apex just on top of a crest, so really have to be careful on when you get onto the power. Next corner is turn 10, taken in 4th gear, no need to brake, just a lift. Late apex, hard on the throttle. Karabélyos didn't go out too wide then. Very short braking zone for turn 11, and that's a lap of Watkins Glen with some not so good Porsche driving mixed in. And I can already see that the Merc might have some damage because Karabélyos just missed the apex of the first corner, so hopefully the car is okay, because I would hate to see the leading position being dropped because they got into an accident with a lapped car. And now we are currently looking for some action, but unfortunately, There isn't any. Maybe the smallest gap is between 21st place running Jan Paskin and Eduard Attila Ács in front of him. And it looks like that Audi is only damaged on my camera because it has some killer pace, so it just might be a graphics bug. I hope it is. I hope it is. Because Paskin just left Ács in the dust. That Audi is way, way faster. And it seems to me that in first place, Carabellos just managed to get back on pace. His last lap was a bit off, of course, because he was in the accident, but now looking at the car, it seems to be okay. I will keep an eye on them on when they complete this lap and take a look at their lap time. And since there isn't so much to talk about at the moment, maybe apart from... No, that was just a small mistake. Seems to me that in 24th place, Philipp Burtus and the Western Racing Porsche had an issue. It showed a yellow flag for just a moment, but it might have been just a small off track because he's back on pace. And it seems to me that the Aston Martin of Ács in 21st is indeed slower for some reason, because the last lap was a 150 and Gambitsky's last lap was coming up behind them was a 48.8, so there might be something wrong with that Aston Martin, or might be just a driver's error, I don't know. Yeah, but now I think there must be something wrong with that car, because it hardly made the inner loop. It just ran wide, couldn't make the turn, couldn't make it stick. So there might be a loss of grip on the front end, I don't know. Seems to me like it is. Yeah, Paskin. No, sorry, Gambitsky is just flashing behind him. And indeed, Ács just ran wide, making way for Gambitsky. Something is definitely wrong with that Aston. I have a feeling it will keep losing positions. Now the sister team, or the sister car, in 10th position, just passed them. The other late brake racing Aston Martin, so I really don't know what's wrong. And finally something to talk about. Currently running in 11th position, Fabrizio Campanella just completed the fastest lap of the race, being a 1:44.340. So it seems to me that Ferrari is currently the fastest car on track, having gained... Oh, and we have a problem also for Bela Gordon in 9th position. I mean, that car has had a great race apart from the start, but now is stopped at the side of the track, facing the wrong way, and they just quit. Well, that sucks. I mean, it might be internet issues, I don't know. But fortunately, everyone has the opportunity to reconnect and continue their race, so I really don't know what happened to them. Might be hardware issues, might be connection issues. Well, gosh darn it. I really hate to see this. And believe me, I am not short for words. I just have nothing to say. At least, not in terms of action and overtakes and so on. We've lost, unfortunately, 7 cars already, which is quite sad. I really hope that more people and more teams would finish, but I really don't know where that Ferrari went. That sucks. Really, guys, I mean, I really don't like seeing this. But anyways, what could we talk about? Oh, I've mentioned the fastest lap by Campanella with the Ragioli Racing Ferrari. I mean, the red window lights on that car and auxiliary. Oh, goodness. Oh my god. 8th position. Hunor Jorge made a mistake. Was stopped at the middle of, well, not the middle of the track, but he was sideways, and an Audi coming up just rammed him. And that Merc is just a wreck. Unfortunately, well, I mean, it's quite an unusual thing to see Jorge make a mistake. But yeah, that car is just a wreck now. I mean, it has a hard time even staying on the road. So yeah, the team will have, oh, and you can't run through those. So Jorge is now back in the pits. I mean, I know that gives a time penalty, but seeing how that car looked like and what shape it was in, I mean, maybe this solution is the shortest, or the shorter of the two. I mean, trying to limp back with an undrivable car in the pits is like playing pinball from wall to wall, is really not beneficial. So they will be stopped for a good amount of time. I believe it's a 2 or 3 minute time penalty when you teleport back to the pits, plus the repairs. So I think Jorge can go and stretch his legs and so on, and have a small break, because that car will be in the pits for quite some time. And oh, please don't tell me that, oh, it seems that 9th place runner, 9th or 10th, ACC is showing 10th, the commentary program is showing 9th. But Campanella has had a mistake. He went off track, but he's back and he's going strong. So I think the car is okay. He just ran wide in the middle section. The middle sector, sorry. And from 2nd place, Norbert Tamás in that Massim Gold Audi is in the pits. I do not know why this time they had a fairly short stint, because we are just 30 minutes after the last pit stop, so they might switch to a alternative strategy. We will see how that develops, or maybe they will try to run a long stint now and have a short last stint, because I do remember, or you might remember as well, seeing that their car, that Audi, has such a good setup that it was really good on its tires on the long run. So I will definitely be curious how the battle for the lead develops with József Karabélyos and the rest of their team. Lewis Kett in 12th, coming into the pits now. I think that's an alternative pit stop strategy as well, but they might have had to repair their car earlier, I think, in the race, so they were forced to be on a alternative pit strategy. Well, I'm seeing some overtakes here and there, but when I click on the car running in that position, I see nothing. All I can see is new names, because driver swaps, of course, are happening as you progress. Maybe one piece of action would be that Kiemelt in 19th position just overtook Dan Holm, and that car, Dan Holm's car, seems to be very, very slow. I think it had a problem last lap because the latest lap is a 2:12. So that car is a good 20 seconds off the pace, maybe even more. So I think there definitely should be something wrong with that team. Or that car rather, because they are just very, very slow. And maybe slow and steady does not always cut it for GT3 racing. And we have almost exactly 90 minutes to go. So we now have the majority of the race behind us. We've seen quite a bit of action. With accidents, with overtakes, with big battles. And of course, the battle for the lead is still open. The formerly second, now running in 7th position with their alternative pit strategy, the Mossing Gold team, Audi. And I really don't know if they had a problem, but we've just showed the Audi of Dan Holm. And now it is in the pits. Menu. Okay. And I've been just told that in 24th position, Paulus went off track. Oh yeah, Yup, in the bus stop chicane. He just lost the rear of the Honda. I think he went on the curb a bit too much. And good luck to everyone trying to catch a slide driving the Honda. Is just near impossible. That car is just mean when it comes to both axles not having the grip. It's just really, really hard to catch. If you manage to get it into a slide. It's really good on bumps though, but I mean, taking the first curb that much is just a bad idea. So yeah, I think back to the pits for that car. I mean, maybe even getting the hazards going is a good idea, because the cars behind have just an idea of something being wrong, so good thinking from Benny Paulus. Oh, and well, it might have been just a small off track for 8th position Laszlo Sabo in the Aston. He's on the track. I see no problem with the car, so no problem, fortunately. And I do see some cars that have made magnificent progress from the start, and I also see some big droppers. So for example, the car that made up the most places since we started the race is indeed the number 11 Ferrari of Fabrizio Campanella. That car started in 24th, now it's in 9th position, so 15 positions gained. And we have another car driven by Zander Huijing in 14th position for TSR team. Now currently running 14th position, having started 28th, so 14th positions gained. And we have also currently running in 19th position the Moxiser Esports Racing team BMW, which gained 12 positions from the start. So we have some very good and firm-handed teams and drivers here. Seems to me like they all managed to keep it out of the wall, keep it out of trouble. And you know what they say about endurance racing, just keep out of trouble. There's really no point in having the fastest lap of the race if you at any point in the race just wreck the car, or I mean have a very fast lap then have 5 horrible laps because you're pushing too much. So yeah, just keep it steady, keep a steady pace. If you're not the fastest, who cares? Just keep a steady pace, have steady hands, keep out of trouble, and just keep cracking on. And yeah, such is the curse of endurance racing when you don't have enough cars, because now we only have 26, is that at some point in the race you just might run out of action as a commentator. Which sucks, indeed. But it can happen. So now I have the grueling task of trying to keep our viewers, which I think currently is around 20, according to YouTube. 18 maybe? I don't know. To keep you guys entertained, so please just flood the YouTube chat with anything you want to, and we can talk about it. Oh, and this Honda again in 25th position, Martin Pater has had an accident. I think it's just at the... Come on, Firefox. I think it's just after toe corner, so in the downhill already, the start of the last section. I believe they just had that car repaired and now it's wrecked again. Maybe the driver is getting a bit tired, I don't know. But yeah, that car has not been accident-free at all this race. Unfortunately, I mean, looking at the data, they had 3 pit stops just since the restart of my commentary software. And there might be coming into the pits once more, as I see it. Yeah, they're kind of slow. So, yeah, into the pits they come for the 4th or maybe 5th pit stop of this race to repair the car. Yeah, bad luck for those guys, unfortunately. Yeah, and I can imagine the real-life pro commentators having an easier time commentating maybe the Spa 24, because if there's a 4 grid or close to a 4 grid, they have 70 to 75 cars easy in that race. So even in 24 hours time, the action really does not run out with that many cars. Here it does, unfortunately, but Such is life. I'm of course very happy about the opportunity to be here as a commentator. You know what? And finally some action. Double none. So he's been on the screen for... Well, he's been on the screen many times this race. Fabrizio Campanella in 9th position. Currently is coming up on Laszlo Sabo. Sabo just having a bad lap. Having lapped, having a previous lap time of 1:47.120, and Campanelli having a 1:45.105. So definitely, Campanella is the faster of the two cars. Oh, and we just had a overtake for 3rd place. Joel Baumgartner overtaking Peter Ambruch for 3rd position. So one of the LMLM Racing Team Astons just moved up. And I think we just missed it, but in 8th position now, Fabrizio Campanella just overtook Sabo in his Aston. So Campanella came, saw, and won. And now he can begin to chase down the Audi in 7th position, being Adam Peinzes, who's also having a streamer, by the way. And let me see, so the gap between Campanella and Peinzes is 17.1 seconds, and unfortunately for Peinzes, he must have had a bad lap for some reason, because it shows his lap time as red, so I think he had an off track, and he lapped a 150.04, and Campanella lapped a 145, so 5 seconds. The gap has come down, or the gap shrank. And I will definitely have a look on the next lap on how that gap develops. And of course, I am now currently watching number 6. Oh, number 6. I'm always so bad with these numbers. I don't know why always the word number comes to my mouth. So in 6th position, Norbert Tomasz. And in 18th position, we have another mistake from Hunor Jorge in that Ram Racing Mercedes. I mean, the first half of the race for that car went so well. They managed to make up places at the beginning, and now even the suspension is so broken that the car just won't turn right. I mean, they've been in the pits for quite a while, because I mean, last time with the penalty and the repair, it was 5 minutes 25 seconds just stopped in the pit box. And now that car is wrecked again, so I believe it's another 2 or 3 minutes repair for them. Yeah, he even has a hard time getting that car back into the pits. I mean, of course, it's good that he's off the track pretty much, so he's not in the way, but that car has a very, very hard time even turning right. I believe because the suspension must be bent in such a way that the right-hand direction is the most difficult one, so he will definitely need to watch out for this. For a toe corner. Is it toe? I think, no, it's not toe, it's heel. Yeah, running in that boot section, because if you look at the track map, the middle section from turn 6 to turn 9, it does look like a boot. So yeah, as that Mercedes is limping back to the pits, they will most probably come out in last position. So yeah, I mean, Jorge being a very, very young driver, only 17 years old, he's quite accomplished already, and he has some very serious pace, but he just might need some work in regards to his endurance racing skills. We'll see. I mean, we are very good friends, or at least I think we are, so I will definitely ask him after the race on what happened, because they were really not lucky today. And yeah, when I asked for action, I did not mean action like this. I meant racing and such. But yeah, you could say that this is part of racing as well. I just really hate people that I know and people that I'm good friends with having a bad time and having crashes and so on. So yeah, that Mercedes has just stopped in the pits. And it will be stopped for quite a while. Like I said, it will most probably come out in last place. But if they do it right, this could be their last pit stop, because we have 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, and because of the due to the fact that the new Mercedes is quite good on fuel, I think it should be no problem for the team to run for 1 hour and 10 minutes or just above that on 1 tank of fuel. So they should just put a new set of rubber on, repair the car, have a full tank of gas, and go until the end, because in 14.5 minutes time we will have gotten into the last hour of the race. So we are almost 3/4 through now, with József Karabélyos still in first place, having led for the majority of the race. But of course I am still very curious about how the alternative strategy of Norbert Tamás and the Massim Gold team Audi will turn out. Botok megint törölj, létszi YouTube-on. Oh, and we have a... Oh, I think that was a wreck. So 9th place, Laszlo Szabó. I will hit a 30-second replay for Szabó because... Oh, I think that just might have been a hardware issue, because Szabó just went... he took a sharp right in the middle of a straight. So I do not know what happened to that. Aston might be a hardware issue, because when we see such unlikely driver inputs, that's when you know that something is up with the steering wheel or the pedals. Oh, and now I think we might see some action once again, because Peter Ambros in 4th position is under attack once again. I mean, that car has been occupying 4th positions for quite a while now, and has been previously in the race, but now it is under attack by the HRT Mercedes of Peter O'Brien, and it's an easy overtake for some reason. O'Brien's car had a much better pace coming up the hill in the first section, the S's. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why, but Ambros is just off pace. They are running map 1, and O'Brien is running map 2, so I don't know why the 5th position car, the Mussim team Mercedes, is so slow. And just a question, am I seeing things, or were those raindrops and a bit of wetness? I might be seeing things, because on the little weather forecast thingy, I do not see any rain. So yeah, it might be just my eyes playing a trick on me, being dark and me not seeing what's happening properly on the track, only having the headlights of the cars illuminating the situation. So yeah, the Aston Martin of Subbo in 12th position, now 13th position currently, is still in the pits, and having been there for over 2 minutes now, I think they might have had a big crash. So best of luck to them getting back into the race as soon as possible. And it just might be a returning bug. I don't know, I will definitely ask the guys after the race, because currently in 26th position, the Mercedes, now driven by Viktor Pestigeger, is out once again after being in the pits for 4 minutes and 39 seconds, or well, 5 minutes and 14 seconds in total. So yeah, 2 huge wrecks for that car, and it seems to be back on pace, I think. It's just that the car on the screen is still damaged. It has damage. But it has now run a... oh no, yes, 6 minutes 44. I mean, it doesn't seem like it has any issues now, because I'm sure that the suspension is repaired. But I don't know if the bodywork is repaired as well, because those are the shorter repairs. The suspension is always the longest one. So, but this just might be a bug, or this might be a returning or a reoccurring thing with the drivers in this race, because oh yeah, no, sorry, Pestigeger just had an accident. But I mean, it's just a question of, if you have 5 minutes in the pits anyway, it's definitely worth to repair the bodywork as well, especially on such a high downforce and high pace track. So it just might be a graphics bug. I don't know. I hope it is, because we've seen an Audi previously who looked the same and had great race, even was battling and overtook some people. So I hope that it is just a graphics bug. And we have a returning car, which I'm very happy to see, in last position, of course, but currently driven by Simon Westerau. The Wesset Racing Ferrari number 515 just made a return, so I'm really happy that we've allowed the teams to reconnect so they can finish a race. Yeah, the car has now the lights on. It's in the pits, so after the connection issues, I think, that they might have had, they are back now, so they can get back on it again. Well, still in the pits, and the car is not moving, so I don't know what's happening, but I hope they find out soon what to do and how to get going again. And in the lead, in first position, we still have József Karabélyos. Like I said, having led for the majority of the race in that Mercedes, is 1 minute 10 seconds clear of second place Norbert Verheer in the Dexter Racing Team Honda, and running 34 seconds behind second place, which is not a lot if you think about it, after 3 hours almost, is the LMLM Racing Team Aston Martin, currently occupied by Short Baumgartner. And we might see some action, finally, because if I don't choke to death, 15th position, Gergő Ballai, is coming up behind Zander Huizing, or Huizing. Maybe it's Huizing. So, McLaren versus Aston Martin. But of course they have a car between them now, which is a lap up, being Matthias Dureborg in that Team DSR BMW. Now he managed to clear both lapped cars, so Gergő and, if I manage to find him again, oh yeah, so Ballai and Huizing can get back to battling once again. Yeah, the Aston is coming hard in the first section. Ballai makes a move into the bus stop chicane and managed just to do it. It was quite a firm move for some reason, I don't know why, but Huizing's McLaren just did not have any pace coming up the hill. Ballai manages to clear that easily. And the McLaren of Huizing is on map 1, so it's on full power, so I really don't know what might have happened to it. Might have just had a bad run out of turn 1, because yes, on this track, because the first sector after turn 1 is just a big uphill flat out section. You need to clear that first corner perfectly to have good pace up the hill, but as I see it, oh, and we just might see some action, I don't know. Oh yeah, 11th position, Lewis Kett in the Wesset Racing Porsche just had a spin, and also Laszlo Sabo in that LBRT Aston Martin also had an off track, I think, as well. It might be that those two cars got into an accident, but no, sorry, they are far apart, so definitely not. They just had an accident, or accidents at the same time, and Kett just does not manage to make the entry into the bus stop chicane, tries to dodge upcoming traffic behind him, still going off track. I think that Porsche is has got some damage now, so it just might go into the pits for repairs. Yes, and the previously mentioned Laszlo Sabo in 12th position. I mean, I've switched to a bonnet cam on Sabo, but wow, he just zigzags around. Trying to let cars go behind him. Yeah, I mean, that Aston, I think, is in pretty bad shape. It's just not on full throttle, it's just off track constantly, yeah, trying to let people go. It's in the penultimate corner now, so... Oh, no, sorry, no, just before the penultimate corner, so... Not much to go until the pits, but I think in the pits he will come. Because that Aston is just... It's just in bad shape, really. Yeah, and I watched the bonnet cam, but I think he just managed to collect Peter Ambush in 5th position. I just don't know why you would go into the pits like that, but maybe it was just that the suspension is so bad. Well, yeah, I'm getting tired, I think, but yeah, the suspension is in such bad shape that he just didn't manage to keep that thing in a straight line. So now that I mentioned him a few minutes ago, Gergo Bolloy, who was previously battling with a McLaren, is now up to 13th position, so pretty nice for those guys, having gained 6 places since the start. Only scheduled pit stops as I see, so yeah, quite nice endurance racing from those guys. And yeah, Gergo Bolloy might not have the most experience in ACC, but in other sims, and of course in truck racing, he is a very well... he's a very accomplished and a very good endurance driver. Which now shows. And from 2nd place, the Dexter Racing Team Honda comes to a stop in the pit lane. This will be the car's last pit stop, I'm pretty sure. And of course, we still have Lewis Kett in the Wesset Racing Porsche and Laszlo Sabo of the LBRT team with the Aston Martin in the pits, still having repairs. And unfortunately, they managed to reconnect, but the Wesset Racing Ferrari number 515 is still in the pits, so they do have connection. They just haven't managed to get the car going again, which is quite strange, but they might just come back to spectate their sister cars and the rest of their team. And Jozef Korabejos from 1st place is coming into the pits now. So is Peter O'Brien in 4th place, and Peter Ambrusch for the Mosim team 453 in the pits as well. Shandor Kish with the LMLM Racing Ferrari in the pits now, and as we can expect it, I think many more cars, almost the entire field, will be coming into the pits now. So in 12th place, we see David Barber. Well, we hope that it would be a battle, but it's not a battle because Lewis Kett's Porsche is a bit slower at the moment, so he let Barber go. And as I see, yeah, Kett is slowing down and going into the pits from 12th position. So the LMLM Racing Team Ferrari in 10th place has been taken over by David Kozma. Funnily enough, my commentary software is back up to speed again. And now that I look at it, I think the Muslim Gold team's alternative pit strategy might just not have worked, because Norbert Tomasz is in 4th position currently, and they were 2nd when they had to come into the pits. I don't know if they miscalculated fuel or something. I have no idea what happened to that car, but it definitely has the pace. It just dropped due to a pit stop strategy. I'm sorry, we do not know more about it, but it just would have been nice to have the team here in YouTube chat so they could tell us what's happening. And just as I thought about 15 to 20 minutes ago, now running in 7th, the Ferrari of Fabrizio Campanella is 0.6 seconds behind Adam Penzes, who is driving an Audi. So let's see how that develops, because I don't know if... yeah, I think those cars are one pit stop apart. But I think they both need to come into the pits still. But I can see that Campanella is much faster. Well, Campanella's Ferrari has the fastest lap of the race still, being a 1:44.340. But let's just keep the camera on them and see how this battle develops. Yeah, neither of them is coming into the pits, and Campanella is really hard on that Audi. Very close. Takes a look on the inside, dives down. Wow, I think that would... And I thought that was gonna be a bit too hot into turn 1, but no. Campanella manages to make it stick, and he just has the pace to have overtakes like this. But as we've seen many times before in the race, the Audi was coming back hard, but since the leader was coming behind Adam Penzes, he decided to let them go and to not continue the fight with Campanella, which is sad, but such is life. Oh, and we just missed an overtake. Gergő Balai in 13th position overtook Mahmoud Albash, who started the race for this number 50 Wesset Racing Porsche. So he's back in the driver's seat again. And we have a battle for position. Adam Penzes running in 7th position currently, who just been overtaken by Campanella, is trying to defend against Barnabas Erős, but yeah, Erős had the nose just alongside the Audi, but did not manage to make it. The Mercedes is coming strong. Let's see if Adam has the pace in the Audi. Because for the time being, he doesn't have it. And like I said, me having thoughts about switching to the Mercedes from the Honda, because I'm a beginner driver and I really can't drive that thing. I'm happy that it's good in a straight line. Oh, sorry about the noise. I just hit my pop filter. So yeah, but the change of position has been concluded. Penzes just didn't have the pace going up the hill against Erős, so that position is decided. And now, after having a small off track, the 14 position car of Gergő Balai, the Aston, is or has come into the pits. It will be the team's last pit stop, I think. and let's see who takes over. Because I do not have a list of drivers in front of... Oh, I do in fact. Oh, I've never used this one. Sorry guys, this is my first ever opportunity to commentate a driver swap race. And I just managed to find out 3 hours into the race that indeed our little commentary software has a panel to view drivers' names. So now I can say that the number 16 car, or 16 position car now, previously driven by Gergő Bollai, maybe it's still him, I think. His teammate is Tamás Jäger. So, yeah, it's nice to see. I didn't know this. I guess you learn new things every day. But yeah, we do have a drivers section of our commentary software, so nice to see. And just having come out of the pits, Gergő Bollai in 17th position, maybe pushed the pit limiter button a little bit too early. Got a drive-through penalty, which is very unfortunate. I can see that that car is currently 47 seconds. Or is it? Yeah, it should be 47 seconds just ahead of 18th position, so... well, the Watkins Glen pit lane is quite short, so I think even with this drive-through, which they are doing right now, just be careful with that pit lane, Gergő. Yeah, he slowed down much earlier this time, but yeah, I'm taking a look at that. I'm looking at the gap. And the dog just sneezed behind me, but the gap is still 30 seconds, and we are coming up to the latter half of the pit lane now. 21 seconds, and we are just about there. Yeah, and the Aston is back on power now, making the first corner, still in the pit lane, and the gap is still 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 5 seconds. So even despite the this little extra time in the pits, they managed to keep 16th position. It means that they were quite a bit luckier than Martin Pater in 25th, who got a stop and go 30. I mean, that car has been in the pits 5 times since I restarted my commentary software, had 2 or 3 major wrecks, and now they got a stop and go 30. So talking about bad luck, maybe that starting number of 666 hasn't been a good idea, but yeah, who knows. We have 15th position Mahmoud Albash in the Wesset Porsche in the pits, and I do not understand why, because they had a pit stop just around the 60 minutes left mark, and they are in the pits again, so I do not know what's happening to them. And we have, I think that's, oh, hold on, this might just be a graphics bug again, because from 12th position Ian Puskin came into the pits, and to me it shows that the front end of the Audi is still damaged, but I really do not know if it is, because everyone should get that repaired for this track, because it just You just can't drive here with that much downforce lost. And it seems like one of our most popular drivers, Fabrizio Campanella, in 6th position now, has to do some defending because Barnabas Erős is chasing him hard in the Massim Mercedes. And that Merc seems to be quite a bit faster than Campanella's Ferrari, so let's see if Campanella can defend. I don't know if he still needs to come into the pits or not. But, oh no, he just went to the right side of the track and he let Erős go because I think he knows that he still needs a pit stop. Might be true, the Ferrari has one of the largest fuel tanks in the game, so definitely good for endurance racing. And even more so, they were coming up on the first sector, the S's, which was quite rough in the Ferrari always, going uphill because, as I mentioned a few times previously, according to the previous BOP, or the current BOP, sorry, the Ferrari is indeed a very fast car. It can win on most track. Yeah, I think I'm getting tired finally. So it can win on most tracks. It just does not have that grunt in the straight line that a few other cars do. Oh, and some more action. In 5th position, Peter O'Brien in the Mercedes, chasing Tamar Zelfel in the Aston. They have a locked car. Gabor out in front of them, but gets out of the way so the guys can get back to battle. And this is indeed for position, I believe. So both cars only had scheduled pit stops. Nothing else, no wrecks. No bad luck for them, so let's see for how long this Aston Martin can keep the Mercedes behind. They almost lapped identical in the last lap. Oh, and unfortunately, a stop and go 30 penalty for Erik Muchka in 9th position. And O'Brien is already alongside. Will he? Wow, he was quite firm and aggressive there. I wouldn't call it dangerous, but indeed that was a ballsy move. So Peter O'Brien in the HRW Mercedes, who is the teammate of Jordan Nixon, who we've spectated a few times previously. That Mercedes is now up to 4th position, having moved up 3 positions compared to their starting place on the grid. So for the last hour, I think, wow, and we have a wreck. 19th position, Jesper von Ringsten has been pushed into the wall. I believe it was Mahmoud Albash, because he was coming up behind Jesper von Ringsten, but I will get a 30-second replay up for us. So yeah, von Ringsten just minding his business. Albash coming up behind him and just pushing him in the middle of the corner, and then he got into an accident and hit the wall. So really not good manners and good driving by Albash. Definitely, we've seen many wrecks from him. That Porsche was in many accidents, so yeah, not always the best to having such a team in a race. And there was a change of position for 19th. Stanislav Hunadi in the other Wasset Racing Porsche just overtook Balint Ivani in the Maxi Series Sports BMW, so 19th position. Oh yeah, and from the ring stand just now, bringing back that damaged Audi into the pits. I'm sure that he will have a good minute or maybe even more of repairing to do. And it definitely seems to be a graphics bug, because in 13th position, Jan Paskin just overtook Daniel Pomij. And that Audi, after the repair they had to do, has been flying. So absolutely nothing wrong with the pace there. It's just that Paskin is now being lapped by Peter O'Brien in the 5th place Mercedes, or 4th place, sorry. There was just a difference between my commentary software and ACC. So yeah, Peter O'Brien, having recently acquired 4th position from Thomas Zelfel, who's just now 1.2 seconds behind him, just lapped that car. And it's so dark I can hardly see who's overtaking who. So 41 minutes to go, and the action is back on, fortunately. Daniel Pomij from 14th in the pits now. Well, that car definitely had more pit stops than it would have liked to. And we might be seeing some action again, because running in 6th currently, the Massim, or rather it's Mosim because it's Hungarian. I think it's a Hungarian anagram. Barnabás Erős really does have a good, really strong pace now. And I think we just missed it, because Thomas Zelfel, now in 6th position, just let Erős go, I believe. Yep, didn't want to fight too much. So the Mosim Esports, no, not Esports, just Mosim Mercedes, is really flying in this latest stint. And I'm looking at gaps and looking at lap times, and I can see that Peter O'Brien in 4th position, just ahead of Erős, is 3.2 seconds ahead. But the lap times for those two Mercs seems to be almost identical. So Erős definitely has a big job to do in these 38 minutes that remain. Let's see if he can hunt down Peter O'Brien for 4th position. That would be a great success, I believe. But again, as I said, O'Brien has some really good pace now, lapping in the 45.0 range, which is identical to the leader's pace. And from 3rd place, the Mosim Gold Audi is in the pits. As we know, that car had a alternative pit strategy, and them having dropped from 2nd place to now 6th. And as I look at the gaps, well, I think they will keep 6th, but they came out from 3rd position, so that alternative pit strategy definitely doesn't seem to have worked for the guys. I think, well, the upcoming car is 40 seconds behind and counting, of course. And the usual pit stop is about 30-something seconds. So they might just come out in 6th place. Let's see. Let's just stay on them and see how long they are in the pits. I mean, 45 seconds. I think they had some damage they needed to repair because this pit stop is very long indeed. And yeah, the number 7 car, which is number 6 now, has just overtaken them because they are still in the pits after a good 70 seconds now, and they just got going. So yeah, from 2nd they dropped down to 7th now, and well, 8th place is 56 seconds behind them, so it's definitely no problem for them. They will most probably not lose any more positions, but the alternative pit strategy, like I said, just doesn't seem to have been a good idea, because from 2nd and even for a time leading the race, they just dropped down to 7th. Oh, and believe it or not, Barnabas Erush in 4th position is now coming up on the leader. 0.4 seconds. Of course, number 4 is a lap down, but I'm curious about Balin Gebei, and curious about, will he let Barnabas Erush go? Because Erush still has a score to settle, I believe, with Peter O'Brien, who's just 2 seconds up the road. I think if the TV cameras are in such an angle, just looking at the small straights, we can just see the 4th position Mercedes before these two. So if I... Wow, Erush just having a bit of an adventure going wide in turn 10. But he's back on the track now. And I can say that the 6th position Ferrari of Raggioli Racing has now been taken over by Roberto Ricci. His teammate Fabrizio Campanella, having driven for most of the race, I think now deserves a well-earned rest. And we have one car in the pits, Matthias Düreborg, and the Team DSR BMW just coming into the pits now. I think those guys were on an alternative pit strategy as well, so this will be their last pit stop. And we have a battle for 20th place. Well, it was such a brief battle that Clayton Filsinger just went by Balint Ivoni. It seems like those two cars have quite the difference in pace, so I don't understand why Filsinger is so far behind, at least on the in the field, because that car has some great pace, really. Only half a second off pace of the leaders, so no idea. And as I predicted, indeed, the leader, Balin Gebei, just let Barnabash Erush go in 4th position. So Barnabash could retake his lap, and he is now hard in pursuit of Peter O'Brien in 3rd position. So the stake of this now is getting onto the podium, and the gap is now 1.7 seconds behind those two, and Peter O'Brien himself gained quite a few positions in the last stint. But so did Barnabash Erush in that Mosim Mercedes. The 1.7 seconds, and this is indeed for position. They do not have to stop for fuel or for tires. This is just a battle of pure pace for the podium, and it's on. We will definitely have something to talk about in the remaining half an hour. I mean, we've been here for 3.5 hours and it just flew by me, honestly. Let's see some lap times. Peter O'Brien lapping 44.570. Oh no, sorry, so 44.975 for O'Brien and 44.570 for Erush. So indeed, Erush took a good 4/10 out of O'Brien in the last lap. So the gap is now down to 1.4 seconds from 1.7. And just so I don't miss this battle, I will take a small 1-minute break, and I'll be back here in just a moment. And we are back after that very, very short break, just as we've come into the last 30 minutes of the race. The gap between O'Brien and Erush is now down to 0.4 seconds, so this is the kind of gap where anything can happen, really. But just to not leave out anyone else, for 14th position, Laszlo Lengyel is just alongside Gergő Balai, so the two Aston Martins are at it hard. And I believe they are coming up in the first section. Still alongside, but Balai just manages to keep his Aston Martin in front, for now at least. Yeah, Lengyel still behind, still in pursuit, but having lost just a bit of momentum. But I would rather stay on them now, because the gap between third and fourth is 0.2 seconds, so the two cars are very close, but still not as close as these. Or at least they don't have such a big difference in pace than Balai and Lengyel does. So yeah, who to show, who to show. When two battles are going on at the same time. Yeah, switching back to the battle for third position. And now back to 14th position. But I think that has been concluded because Lengyel has managed to overtake Gergő Balai in the start-finish straight, or at least into turn one. Balai is having a look, trying to come back just before the inner loop, but no. So that position is now but back to third place because the two Mercs are alongside each other almost. They had a lapped car in the way. Dan Holm, but Peter O'Brien still in third. But Barnabas Erős hard in pursuit. Wow, O'Brien going very wide. In turn 11. Getting on to the start-finish straight. Well, I mean, you have to use every millimeter on the circuit to gain position. Or to have the pace. And they indeed are doing this. Yellow flag. Because Dominik Fekete in the 7th place. Mosim Gold Audi. I think Dominik just got the inner loop wrong, but he's back on pace, so no problem. But it's strange to see that the car that had previously led the race is now in 7th position and almost a lap down compared to 3rd and 4th. Peter Deschek, a lapped car getting out of the way of 3rd and 4th. Both drivers are indeed very consistent just on the edge. Great lines, no mistakes. Yeah, I think that both of those guys does have a lot of experience when it comes to sim racing. Great pace, great consistency, no mistakes. Just a delight to watch. Now Gergő Balai, who's just previously dropped down to 15th position, gets out of the way on the start-finish straight, letting these two go. There aren't any more small gaps. Maybe in 17th place, Stanislav Hunadi is just behind Clayton Filsinger of Odyssey Esports, but that gap's now up to a second, so let's just get back to the battle for the lowest podium place. Another lap car getting out of the way being Van Brabant in that Audi. And Erush is just sticking to the rear of that other Mercedes. It's such a treat to watch these two guys. I sure hope that they will watch the replay of the YouTube stream. Wow, Erush is really close now. The gap just was down to 0.1 seconds there. Getting up the hill on the S's in the first section. Slipstreams should work wonders here. And now Erush alongside from the outside, but he doesn't make it stick, so he lost just a bit of pace. Erush is flashing his lights. Maybe he's a bit annoyed that O'Brien didn't leave him enough space. I don't know, I didn't see. And this being a single fun event, we will not get a replay on that one. But yeah, this was the first real opportunity that Erush had, trying to overtake O'Brien. There we thought that we had some action in 13th place with Ian Paskin, but he who must not be named has overtaken him. So that was done fast. Erush is on it hard now because I believe he used one of his off tracks getting out of turn 1. He went really wide so he can have a leg on Peter O'Brien, but yeah, on the outside again, but that's really rough into the bus stop chicane. He manages to stay there, and wow, what a wonderful move. I would love a replay on this, but since the camera was on them, that was a very nice move. There was a bit of a bump. Indeed, they touched a bit, but nothing serious. This is well in the premises of GT Racing. It was just a wonderful move from Erush. Like I said, very wisely. He started thinking about this at the very bottom of the hill, going wide, getting onto the throttle early in turn 1, then going up the hill in the slipstream constantly and making a move from the outside going into the inner loop, the bus stop chicane. What a move. Well done to Barnabas Erush in the Mosin Mercedes. And I was hoping that O'Brien would have an answer, but the gap is already 0.6 seconds between the two of them, so Erush definitely has the pace. And I don't know which car is faster on the straight, because of course there always might be a difference in aero settings, in wing angles. Cars running different wing settings and different drag characteristics, so there might be some unevenness between them when it comes to straight line speed. But as I'm seeing, O'Brien is really not getting back any ground, even dropping 2 more tenths off. So I think if things stay like this, then Barnabas Erush in this Mercedes has indeed managed to get 3rd place. And we are almost in the last 15 minutes of the race, so I think this is the point in time where everyone needs to just relax, get off the throttle a bit, ease up a bit, and just jog home, bring it home, problem and accident free. And now for the most beautiful sound in the world. A celebratory drink for the final minutes of the race. Now, within the last 15 minutes. I really don't see any gaps that are small enough to lead to potential battles. So I might just start thinking and starting about the late race conclusion, because I think we will end this on quite a short notice. We will not have any interviews. We might, of course, because all our podium drivers are Hungarian, but this being an international race organized within the premises of the SimGrid, no interviews today. But I do hope that the guys that are members of our own community, sim racing company, or AgriaSimRacing or Simurais, will make or will write lengthy discussions and lengthy lines about how their race went. I sure hope that they've enjoyed it, and I especially hope that those who have joined us not from Hungary but from somewhere else in Europe, that those guys have a great time, especially now in 4th position. Almost made it up to podium, Peter O'Brien and his team. Peter O'Brien and Jordan Nixon driving the number 120 HRT Mercedes. I hope those guys had a good race. Started in 7th, will most probably finish in 4th. And of course the MVP car, I think for me at least, currently in 6th position, driven by Roberto Ricci at the moment, but driven previously by his teammate Fabrizio Campanella. As someone wrote into the YouTube chat, Forza Campanella, but Forza Ricci as well. Forza Ricci as well. Wow, that's a tongue twister. Forza Ricci. And the Raggioli Racing Ferrari in 6th position, having gained 18 positions compared to their starting position on the grid. Started in 24th, now they are on 6th, so definitely an awesome race for these guys. Managed to keep it out of trouble. I believe they ran wide once or twice, but really no mistakes and no trouble for these guys the whole race. And we still have some big winners, so to speak, gained many positions compared to their original starting positions on the grid. For example, in 12th place currently, driving Ian Paskin, the teammate of Richard Wienema. They gained 10 places compared to where they started. And of course, in 13th position, Sam C, as I would like to call him now, the teammate of Xander Huizing. In the McLaren, they gained 15 positions compared to where they started. So yeah, definitely some big winners in this race. And I really thought that we were battling, but no. P9 and P10 are indeed very close to each other, but P10 is a lap down, so no need to worry about that one. And it seems that they managed to improve in pace because the number 11 car of Roberto Ricci does still have the fastest lap of the race, but now not 44.3, but a 144.005. I believe there was a video recently from Jardia where he compared esports setups to the default aggressive setups in ACC, and I believe when he tried the esports setup, of course he didn't do many laps, and he just got off driving that track in a different car, so he definitely was not up to speed 100%, but he did on the esports setup a 44.6. So knowing Jardy and how freaking fast he is, this 144.005 from the number 11 Ferrari is just an absolutely awesome lap time. And we had a switch of position for 20th place. Mahmoud Abash managed to get in front of Peter Erschek in his McLaren. Oh, and we have a off-track 22nd place Dieter van Brabant in the 3D Max Racing Audi. He went off track in the toe corner, going through the boot section, but he's back on, so I think that was just a one-time small mistake. He got one corner wrong, but now he's back on it, so everything's fine. So 7 minutes and 47 seconds left to go on my green. It should be, I don't know, anywhere around 5 laps, maybe 4 or 5, I would say. And of course now the question comes, which is quite a usual one when it comes to endurance racing, or racing in ACC in general. Does everyone have enough fuel to go until the end? Because it's always funny to see when there's a 4 hours race, 6 hour, 8 hour race, and 1 or 2 laps before the end, a few cars just come to the pits and need to refuel. That's always quite funny. And yeah, it's quite difficult now to find anything to talk about. Here's Ricci. Hot. A vége meg egy fókör. Okay, so having conversed with Donny a bit, we agreed to do an onboard lap of this track. Watkins Glen. But of course in the fastest car, or at least the car that has the fastest lap time in the race, the number 11 Raggioli Racing Ferrari, driven by Roberto Ricci at the moment. So just going through the start-finish line, let's do a proper full onboard lap, uninterrupted. It's so amazing to see how wide you can go in some of the corners, or coming out of some of the corners, and on certain curves is just crazy. This track was indeed, well, I wouldn't say it was made for GT racing because it was not, but it's just perfect for it. Richie getting down to 3rd gear in the bus stop chicane. Yeah, toe corners, such an interesting entry to that one, starting in the middle of the track, going for a very late apex, now downhill into heel. 2 of the slowest corners, 8 and 9. Now corner 9 with the apex just on the top of a crest, so have to be very careful. Now just a lift of the throttle for turn 10. Now back on hard, going a bit wide. Just as you should. Very short braking zone for turn 11. And now we are on the start-finish straight again. And that was a lap with Roberto Ricci. Such a consistent driver, really. I mean, I could hear him switching down a gear when he didn't need it to. That's probably for rotation, as lots of drivers do it. I personally do not like it because it's not something that would do in real life, switching down so much just for like 200 or 300 RPM left in the lower gear, but such as sim racing, I guess. Only about 2 laps to go. I just now switched to our leader. 2:20 to go. I believe we will have 2 laps to go, including this one. For Balin Gabay, for the Mad Panda Motorsports Mercedes, I really do like that livery. It's an awesome team. I managed to catch a few interviews with them in this year's Spa 24 and the previous year as well. Such a great team, some cheerful Spanish guys. Very nice to see and very nice to have. Great pace, of course. I believe they ran in Pro-Am, I think. But please correct me if I'm wrong. You can always do that in the YouTube chat. But yeah, this car, the leading car, started in 2nd position. But it seems like they had a much better race and of course a much better pit strategy compared to the 2nd place starter, now running in 7th place, Dominic Fekete, in that Mosin Gold team Audi. They just managed to mess up their pit strategies somehow. I don't know why they managed to, why they tried to go on that alternative strategy. It just didn't work. Cost them the podium, at least. But Gabay now.
Alright man, leader is on the final lap, give it all you can.
Yep, now we could hear Gergő Panker, who is a Hungarian guy by the way, working for Kunos Simulazioni, announcing that the leader is on the final lap. Who is Balin Gabay, of course, in that Mercedes. And that Mercedes indeed does seem like it's more and more appealing to me, at least. Trying to look for a car, of course, that's a bit more stable on the rear end than the Honda. But since we didn't show them enough, I believe, because they were mostly alone at the front for the majority of the race, I suggest we stay on Gabay now, because now we have officially concluded the racing time. This is the last lap. Only 4 corners remaining. Gabay has a lapped car in front of him, being Laszlo Lengyel, but I don't think he wants to overtake. He just wants to bring it home. Going through corner 9 now. A small straight line incoming. Then the very fast turn 10 and 11. And Gabay weaves around a bit, celebrating the victory of his team of our 4 hours race in Watkins Glen. So congratulations to those guys. Awesome drive. And starting from 3rd place, we have Norbert Feher still on his last lap. Just coming out of the inner loop, now going through turn 6, shoot, and going into toe corner with that quite funky line, which is very hard to get right. So in 2nd position, Norbert Feher in the Dexter Racing Team Honda NSX. And just Behind him, Barnabash Erush in the Mercedes. Of course, Peter O'Brien in 4th place, who had a wonderful battle with Barnabash Erush. And of course, Thomas Zelfel and the MVP for me at least, Roberto Ricci and Fabrizio Campanella in 6th position. And let's see who managed to finish in 7th. Dominic Fekete in the Audi. Adik Muchka for the AgriaSimRacing #1 team. 9th position. And who was 10th? Come on. David Barber in the AgriaSimRacing #2 team in the Aston Martin. I think now everyone has finished. Yeah, I can see that some people have already left. So yeah, congratulations for everyone who managed to finish the race. I think we had some action. We had some nice battles. Unfortunately, we had a few wrecks and a few accidents as well, but such as racing. So GG to everyone, just as we can see on the chat. And without further to say, and having talked for 4 hours straight in English, which is my second language, not my first, I think I'm quite tired enough and done enough to say thank you very much to everyone for being here. Thank you for having a few lines in the YouTube chat as well. I must say this was not our only international event. We will definitely organize more, with more teams, with more commentators, and with more and better everything. So thank you again for being here, and I will see you guys next time.